Hello, and welcome back. Whether you're here for the first time or you settled in with us before, I'm glad you're here. I'm Mr. Dantello, and tonight we're exploring a particular kind of unease. The stories that live in abandoned places and lost locations. There's something about spaces left behind that unsettles us, isn't there? The quiet, the sense that something lingers. Tonight we have 4 stories for you. First, we'll visit the Overgrown resort where guest ledgers still fill with tomorrow's names. A place where someone or something keeps recording arrivals that haven't happened yet. Then we'll descend into the abandoned quarry, where my footprints age faster than I do, where time behaves in ways a visitor shouldn't trust. Our third story explores the unsettling discovery of finding shift reports in the derelict mill written in my handwriting. Documents that shouldn't exist, signed by someone who was never there. And finally, we'll walk the collapsed boardwalk where vendor stalls rearrange when I turn away. A place where stillness is only an illusion. If you've been enjoying what we do here, subscribing and leaving a like really does help us keep the channel alive. It means more than you might think. But for now, find somewhere comfortable. Get yourself settled. Turn the lights down if you'd like. Before we begin, I'd love to know, where in the world are you listening from tonight? And what time is it where you are? Now, let's begin with our first story. Story 1. The Overgrown resort where guest ledgers still fill with tomorrow's names. I've learned not to ask too many questions before I step through a door like that. Curiosity and caution aren't always compatible, and I stopped trying to reconcile them a long time ago. The Grandview Resort sat in a coastal valley about 40 minutes inland from the cliffs. The kind of place that shows up in old travel magazines your grandmother kept, where the photographs are faded to an almost dreamlike sepia. I'd been researching it for 3 months. Not the usual kind of research. I meant the kind where you cross-reference property records, check bankruptcy filings, call county assessors who sound like they'd rather be anywhere else. I meant the kind where you drive up on a Thursday afternoon in September and hope the gates aren't actually locked. They weren't. The entrance was a gravel approach that had mostly become grass and gravel in equal measure, the distinction blurred by weather and time. What had once been manicured median planters were now just mounded earth, where weeds had the sense to take permanent residence. The main building rose in front of me like something half submerged. The architectural style was pure 1920s Art Deco, all geometric lines and that specific kind of optimism that hotels use to broadcast with their very bones. The windows were enormous and, nearly every one of them, completely empty. No glass, just absence. The way a skull looks when you find it in the forest. I parked my car near what used to be the porta cochere and sat for a moment with the engine off. This was the part I never quite got used to, that moment before entry, when the place was still sealed from me, still secret. My camera gear was in the back seat. I'd brought 3 lenses, 2 fully charged batteries, and a notebook where I'd been keeping field notes on abandoned hospitality spaces for the past year. Urban exploration, the internet called it. I called it documentation, a way of bearing witness to what gets left behind. The kitchen entrance had partially collapsed. That's where I chose to go in. Not the grand front doors, which were boarded and obviously meant to stay that way, but through a side opening where the outer wall had simply given up its structural integrity. The concrete surrounding it was vine-choked and crumbling, and the air that came from inside smelled like mineral water and something older. Something that accumulates in places where humidity and darkness are steady companions. I stepped through carefully. The floor inside was intact, though warped, and my footstep made a sound that seemed to carry further than it should have. The kitchen itself was exactly what you'd expect. Industrial stoves still standing at angles, their doors hanging open, counters eaten by rust and neglect. Pots lay on the floor where someone had either left them or dropped them decades ago. The fluorescent light fixtures still clung to the ceiling, empty of tubes, like vacant eyes. There was something almost reverential about the silence in there. Not peaceful silence, the kind where you become very aware of your own breathing. I didn't linger in the kitchen. It was the kind of space that had been thoroughly looted or simply allowed to decay into irrelevance. I wanted the front of the house. The corridor leading out of the kitchen was narrow and lined with peeling paint the color of old cream. The wallpaper beneath it, where it showed through, was a pattern of faded roses and scrollwork that had probably been considered elegant once. My footsteps echoed on the hardwood floor, and I noticed that despite the collapse in the kitchen, the structural integrity of the building seemed largely sound. It was decaying, yes, but with a kind of patience. Not falling apart so much as being slowly consumed from the outside in. The main lobby opened up suddenly, and I stopped walking. It was the kind of space that demanded you stop. The ceiling soared up 2 full stories, with skylights that let in a diffuse gray light. The air was visible in that light, dust particles suspended like a held breath. The floor was some kind of polished stone, black and white in a geometric pattern, now dull and filmed with the sediment of seasons. And lining the perimeter of the room were the front desks. Not a front desk. Desks, plural, a long mahogany counter with at least 6 individual stations, each one complete with a brass bell, a leather desk pad, a small wooden box for keys, and pens. This was what caught me first. The pens were still upright in their holders, arranged in precise rows at each station. Some were fountain pens, the kind with the clip that looks like an bird's beak. Others were ballpoint, the plastic yellowed with age. There were ink bottles, too, small glass vessels with rubber stoppers, most of them still containing what looked like dried ink at the bottom. No one had swept in here. No one had cleaned or cleared or prepared this space for its abandonment. It looked like the staff had simply walked away one day and never come back. And time had been too polite to disturb their workstations. I photographed this first. Long exposures to capture the light and the emptiness together. The pens came out sharp in the foreground, the empty lobby receding into shadow behind them. When I reviewed the images on my camera screen, they looked almost proof-like, evidence that such meticulous preservation could exist in a place like this. Behind the desks, the wall was lined with shelving, and on the shelving were the ledgers. I knew what they were immediately. I'd seen ledgers like them in other old hotels, the thick leather-bound books where guests signed in, where the staff recorded their arrivals and room assignments and the dates they left. These spines were embossed with gold lettering, though the lettering had mostly tarnished to an unreadable shadow. I could still make out numbers on some of them. Years, the closest ledger to me was open. It lay on the mahogany counter at one of the station, its pages spread wide as if someone had just been reading it. The paper was yellowed and brittle-looking, but the handwriting on it was vivid and clear. Entries in blue ink and black ink both, the handwriting varied. Different people had written these entries, obviously, over whatever period this ledger covered. I reached toward it slowly, aware that I should probably not be touching anything, aware, too, that I was going to touch it anyway. This was always the compromise I made with myself. I wouldn't move things unnecessarily. I wouldn't take things. I would just look and photograph and occasionally carefully examine. The ledger's cover was labeled barely legibly Grandview Resort Guest Record, 1985-1988. I opened to the end of the entries. The last page with any writing on it showed a date of September 14th, 1987. The entry was incomplete. A name was written, Alex, and a room number 237, the time of arrival 2:15 p.m. And then, beneath that, in the same careful handwriting, a line that simply read, weather turning. Brought extra, the sentence ended there. The pen had stopped mid-word. The next page was blank. The page after that, blank. All the remaining pages in the ledger, blank. I spent a long time looking at that incomplete entry. The light from the skylight above was dimming slightly as the afternoon wore on. Clouds moving in from the coast, probably. The shadows in the lobby were growing longer, and there was something about the incompleteness of that sentence that bothered me in a way I couldn't quite articulate. Not because it was scary in any conventional sense, more because it was so suddenly halted, as if the person writing it had simply been interrupted and never returned. I photographed the pages carefully, zooming in on the handwriting. Alex, room 237. Weather turning. And then I looked at the other ledgers on the shelves. There were dozens of them, hundreds, maybe, stacked horizontally and vertically, filling the entire wall behind the desk. The spines were uniform, all embossed with the same Grandview Resort gold lettering, all marked with years. I started to read them moving along the shelf. 1950, 1953, 1965, 1967, 1971, 1974. They went back and back, the dates receding into the deep decades of the 20th century, the paper inside likely growing more and more fragile. But there was something else on the shelf, something that made me pause. There was a ledger that didn't look old. It was shelved between one marked 1988-1990 and another marked 1995-1998, and its spine was marked with dates that were recent, current dates. September 2024. I took it down carefully. The binding was unworn, the leather still pliable. When I opened it, the pages were fresh and white, the way new ledgers are. That specific smell of leather and glue and fresh paper rising up from it. And the pages were full. The entries were written in careful, consistent handwriting. Different handwriting than the 1987 ledger. This was someone else's hand. But it was meticulous in exactly the same way. The same format, the same information recorded in each entry. Name, time of arrival, room number. And the dates went forward, not backward. Today was September 14th, 2024. The entries started from today and continued for the next 12 days. Each one a complete entry, fully filled in. The names were all there. Casey, Jordan, Morgan, Blake, Taylor. Others I didn't recognize. Room numbers assigned. Times of arrival. All of it written in advance. All of it waiting to happen. September 14th, 2 hours from now, according to one entry. Blake, room 142. 4:15 p.m. arrival. I looked at that name, at that time, at the room number, and felt something very small and very cold move through my chest. I closed the ledger slowly. My hands were steadier than I would have expected them to be. The lobby was noticeably dimmer now. The light from the skylights was graying out, the dust motes less visible, as if the light itself was weakening. I held the 2024 ledger in my hands, feeling the weight of it. It was heavier than it should have been for something that contained only a dozen or so entries. Or perhaps it just felt heavy because of what was written in it. I should have left then. I think some part of me knew that. The rational part of me. The part that had always guided me through these explorations with a kind of practical respect for the places I entered. The part that understood that some spaces should remain undisturbed. Instead, I made a note in my own field notebook of the names I'd seen. I documented the ledger in photographs. And I turned toward the staircase that rose up into the darker reaches of the building, toward the upper floors and the rooms themselves. The stairs were broad and curved, with a mahogany banister that was still polished in places, worn to dull wood and others worn by the hands of guests and staff who had touched it over decades. Each step was carpeted with a dense pile that had turned a kind of mottled gray-brown. My footsteps were muffled on them, which somehow made the act of climbing feel more clandestine, more like I was entering a space I was meant to discover in secret. The second floor opened onto a long corridor lined with doors. Room numbers, brass plaques beside each one. The carpeting up here was even more worn, patterned with a design I could barely make out, repeated shapes that might have been meant to be elegant once. The walls were papered in what had once been a pale gold, and there were prints and frames hanging at regular intervals. The kind of generic landscape art you see in hotels, meant to be soothing and instantly forgettable. Most of them were crooked. In some rooms I could see where the doors had cracked open, revealing darkened interiors. I wanted to find room 237. It was both what I wanted most and what I least wanted to do. The numbers progressed 201, 203, 205, odd numbers on the left, then the door to the stairwell, then even numbers on the right. I walked the length of the corridor. Room 237 was toward the far end, overlooking what had once been the back courtyard of the resort. The door was closed like all the others, the brass placard tarnished but legible. 237, I tried the door handle. It was unlocked. The room inside was exactly what you'd expect, the husks of comfort. A bed frame, the mattress long since rotted to its essential materials. Coils and fabric that had partially collapsed into themselves. A dresser with a mirror, the mirror's surface clouded with age. A small desk, a chair, a window looking out over the courtyard below, and on the nightstand, a telephone, rotary dial, disconnected from any wire. Everything was very still. The air in there was cold and tasted of minerals. There was no sign of anything unusual, nothing to suggest why that entry in the 1987 ledger had been interrupted here. Nothing but the room itself, unchanged and unchanging, waiting in the dark. I backed out and closed the door again. Room 142 was on the first floor, according to the system I was now understanding. I made my way back downstairs, moving faster now, aware that the light outside was genuinely fading. The skylights in the lobby were almost entirely gray now, and the shadows in the corners had grown deep and absolute. Room 142 was near the front of the building down a side corridor that branched off from the main lobby. The door was closed. The brass placard was secure. Everything was exactly as it should be, a room waiting for a guest. Blake, 4:15 p.m. arrival. It was 3:30 now. I'd been in the building for an hour and a half. I left the ledger on the mahogany counter where I'd found it, returning it to the 2024 section of the shelf. I photographed the shelf once more just to have the record of it. And then I walked back out through the kitchen, back through the collapsed concrete entrance, back into the cooling air of the September afternoon. My car was exactly where I'd left it. Untouched, unchanged, I sat in the driver's seat for several minutes before starting the engine. I didn't want to look at the passenger seat. I knew, with a certainty I couldn't explain, that I didn't want to look at the passenger seat. The engine turned over smoothly. I pulled out of the gravel lot, retracing my route back toward the gates and the road beyond them. But as I reached the gates, I made a mistake. I looked to my right. On the passenger seat, someone had placed a ledger. I recognized it immediately by the spine. Grandview Resort Guest Record, September 2024. I didn't touch it. I drove past the gates with both hands on the steering wheel, not looking back, not opening the ledger, not letting myself think about what handwriting I would find inside it when, not if, but when, I finally did. I drove for 40 minutes before I opened the ledger. Not because I was braver by then, because I had to know. And the not knowing was worse than whatever sat in that spine-cracked book beside me. I pulled into a rest stop, the kind with no attendant, just a concrete shelter and a trash bin, and I opened it. The handwriting was mine, not similar to mine, not close. Identical, the same pressure points, the same slight leftward slant I'd had since childhood. The same unconscious flourish I added to the capital J in my name. I knew my own handwriting the way you know your own voice. This was it. The ledger was nearly full. September 2024, and Blake's name was at the top of the first page. Arrival time, 4:15 p.m. Room 142. Accompanying guest, none. Below Blake's entry, the pages were dense with names I didn't recognize. Reservation dates spanning the rest of September. October, November, every single entry made in my handwriting, every single one. The last page had only 3 entries, and I understood immediately why. That was where I was supposed to be writing now. That was where future guests were supposed to. I shut the ledger and threw it back onto the passenger seat. My hands were shaking too much to drive. I sat there in the rest stop shelter for 20 minutes, watching cars pass on the highway, each one carrying people to places that made sense, places they understood. Places where guest ledgers didn't fill themselves with tomorrow's names in the handwriting of someone sitting in a car, very much alive and very much not writing anything. I drove home instead of back to the city, 90 miles north to the house I'd inherited from my mother 2 years ago, the one I rarely visited because it carried the weight of her final months in it. But it was mine, and it was real, and I could lock the doors. The house was exactly as I'd left it. Dust on the mantelpiece. The kitchen tap dripping into the sink the way it had been dripping for 6 months. My mother's reading glasses still on the side table in the living room. Everything confirmed that time moved here at the correct pace, that nothing was filling itself in ahead of schedule. I built a fire. I made coffee. I tried to think in a straight line. The ledger had been placed in my car by someone who'd been inside that resort. Someone who had access to the building and the resources to manufacture a complete guest record. Someone who knew my handwriting well enough to reproduce it perfectly. The rational explanations lined up: break-in, stalker, some elaborate prank by someone from my past. Except I couldn't make myself believe any of them. Around midnight, I called the resort's main number. I'd memorized it from the entry in my real phone. It rang 7 times before someone answered. A woman's voice, professional, warm, Grandview Resort. How can I help you this evening? My mouth went dry. I'm sorry, I think I have the wrong number. Is this the Grandview Resort? Yes, it is. Are you looking to make a reservation? No, I stopped. The resort is closed. It's been closed for years. There was a pause, a long one. The kind of pause that means someone is recalibrating. I'm sorry, she said, and her voice had changed. Not less warm, differently warm, like she was speaking to someone she'd been expecting to call. I think there may be some confusion. Grandview Resort is very much operating. We have excellent availability for September. We have excellent availability for any date you'd like. I hung up. I didn't sleep that night. I sat by the fire and I watched the coals collapse into ash, and I tried to understand the architecture of what was happening. The resort, the ledgers, my handwriting. The woman on the phone who hadn't sounded surprised to hear me, who had implied, or perhaps directly stated, that time worked differently there. That availability existed for dates that hadn't happened yet. By morning, I decided to check the ledger again. It was in my car where I'd left it, though I'd locked the car and the doors had remained locked. I knew this because I'd checked them 3 times during the night. Getting up from the dying fire to walk to the driveway and pull on the handles, I brought the ledger inside and sat at my mother's kitchen table with a coffee that had gone cold. The September page had 3 new entries, all written in my handwriting, all scheduled for the coming week. Casey, September 14th, room 107. Morgan, September 16th, room 201. Jordan, September 19th, room 142 again. The entries were dated, not with reservation dates, but with small calendar notations in the margin. Today's date was marked beside Casey's entry with a small, careful line. Something else had changed. The back pages, the ones that had been blank, now contained notes, not guest information. Observations, written in a voice that was mine, but thinking thoughts I hadn't thought yet. The light in the eastern hallway is wrong, not broken. Wrong, it doesn't match anything mechanical. It watches the corridor the way an eye watches. Found 7 more ledgers today. Different resorts, same handwriting, same pattern, same names appearing in all of them, spread across different dates, different years. Blake appears in 1987. Blake appears in 2019. Blake appears in my future entries. How long has Blake been going? The walls in the basement are warm, unnaturally so. Warm the way something alive is warm. The note stopped there. The pen had pressed through to the next page. A long involuntary mark that suggested either distraction or fear. I closed the ledger, and I did something I'd been avoiding since yesterday. I looked at my phone, and I checked my calendar for September 14th. It was empty, as it should be. I opened my car again and retrieved the 1987 ledger from where I'd left it in the back seat. I had taken it. I'd done that unconsciously, or perhaps very consciously in a way I hadn't fully acknowledged. The entry for room 142 in 1987 stopped mid-word. The new ledger, the September 2024 one, the one that had appeared on my passenger seat, had another ledger tucked inside it. I found it only when I was examining the spine more closely, looking for anything that might explain how it had been so perfectly created. It was smaller, older. The cover was warped with age and water damage. Grandview Resort guest record, September 1957. And the handwriting inside was mine. I called Casey. I had their number from somewhere, contact information I'd apparently filled into one of the ledgers, and the knowledge of it was simply present in my mind the way you know your own address. This should have been impossible. It should have terrified me more than it did. Instead, it felt inevitable, the way reaching for a cup that was already in your hand feels inevitable. The phone rang once. "I was waiting for you to call," Casey said. Not a greeting, a statement of fact. "How did you— I know you're calling to warn me about September 14th, room 107, that you wanted to tell me not to come to Grandview Resort." Casey's voice was steady, almost peaceful. "That's why I've been waiting. Because you always do. You always call and you always warn them, and they never listen, and you know they never listen because you've already written it down. I sat down on the stairs. The house was very quiet. "What happens on the 14th?" I asked. "I don't know. I've never made it there." A pause. "Or I have. I'm there right now. I've always been there. Time doesn't work the same way at Grandview. Maybe you should read further in the ledger." I hung up. My hands were shaking when I opened the newest ledger. The pages I'd read before had been careful, controlled. What I found now was different. The handwriting deteriorated as I flipped through September, becoming less legible, the pressure of the pen harder against the paper. Casey arrived on the 14th at 3:47 p.m., room 107. The key was already warm when I handed it to them. They felt it. I saw their hand flinch. The ledger filled with their name and room number on its own. I watched it happen. The pen was in the drawer where I always keep it. It wrote itself. Or I wrote it without deciding to. The distinction doesn't matter anymore. I went to check on them an hour later. Room 107 is on the second floor. The hallway was empty. All of them are empty now, but their door was open, just a crack. The light from inside was that wrong light, the light that isn't broken, the light that watches. Casey was standing at the window, perfectly still, staring out at the forest. When I called their name, they didn't turn around. When I stepped into the room, they turned just their head, slowly, and their face was different. Not changed, not marked, just settled like a mask that had finally fit properly. "It's been waiting such a long time," Casey said, in room 107. "It's been waiting for me specifically. It knew my name before I was born. It's shown me the ledgers, all the versions, all the years. All of them are now. All of them are always now." The entry ended there. I forced myself to keep reading, though something in my chest was compressing, making it difficult to breathe evenly. Morgan arrived on the 16th. I knew she wouldn't listen. I called again. I'm supposed to call again. I've always called again. And she said the same thing Casey said, that she was waiting, that she was already there. The forest is growing through the walls now, not metaphorically. Physically, the vines in the east corridor have leaves that are warm to the touch. Real leaves, real vines. They stretch deeper into the building than the building is deep, geometrically impossible, physically undeniable. I checked the oldest ledger again, the 1957 one. My handwriting, my signature, my entries for guests who arrived in September of a year I wasn't alive for. And all of them had the same thing written at the bottom: "I understand now." We're not staffing the resort. We're not managing it. We're being managed by it. We were always the entry. We were always the reservation. We were the guests. I slammed the book shut. My phone was ringing. I didn't recognize the number, but I answered it anyway. Some part of me knew that hanging up wouldn't matter, that the call would reach me regardless. "The resort is calling to confirm your arrival," a voice said. It didn't sound like the woman from before. It sounded like my own voice. Exactly my own voice, but speaking a script I'd written. "We have your reservation for September 22nd. We know you'll be checking in to room 315. We know because you've already written it down. You've always written it down. You wrote it down in 1957. You wrote it down in 1987. You write it down every time the September arrives. I'm not going, I said. You already are, the voice replied. You're going because the ledger says you are. And you must be, because the ledger never lies. The ledger is the only true thing. We are the only thing that understands that all the moments are the same moment. All the Septembers are the same September. All the arrivals are still happening, always happening, will always happen. The line went quiet. I walked to my car. I don't remember deciding to do it. My body simply moved with the same inevitability as everything else.
The passenger seat was filled with ledgers now, dozens of them, all with the same warped cover, all bearing different years. 1952, 1963, 1974, 98, 2003, 2015, all of them open to the same pages, all of them with the same entries, all of them written in my handwriting. And on the back seat, arranged in a careful circle on the upholstery, 7 room keys, old brass keys with wooden tags. Room 107.
Room 142. Room 201. Room 315. 4 others with numbers I didn't recognize, all of them warm. My car was already pointing toward the highway that led to Grandview. I didn't remember turning the ignition on, but I could feel the engine running beneath me. The dashboard was lit. The gas tank was full. I knew the drive would take 4 hours. I knew the resort would be waiting. I knew because I'd already written it down. I knew because I'd already checked in. I knew because I'm already there right now, somewhere in the building, in one of the rooms where the light watches. And I'm here, in my car, still in the process of arriving. And I was there in 1957, in the ledger, checking in for the first time. It's all one moment. It's all one September. The forest isn't growing through the walls. The building is growing through the forest. And it's been growing toward this moment, this arrival, this now, which was always now, for longer than time has had a name for. I pull onto the empty highway. The ledgers shift in their careful arrangement, pages turning on their own, filling with notes written in real time about what I'm seeing right now. What I've always been seeing, what I'll always be about to see. My hands are shaking on the wheel, but the car keeps driving. The road keeps leading. And somewhere ahead, in a building made of forgotten time and something older than stone, the keys are already turning in their locks. The rooms are already being opened. The light is already watching. The drive blurs. I remember the highway unfurling in the headlights. That strip of asphalt that seems to exist outside normal geography. The kind of road where you realize you've driven for an hour without seeing a single other vehicle, a single sign of human life. The ledger shifted against the passenger seat with each turn, pages rustling like living things. I didn't look at them. I couldn't. The moment I stopped watching the road, the moment I turned my attention inward, I felt the weight of those keys on the back seat, their warmth seeping through the upholstery, patient and inevitable. I don't remember arriving at Grandview Resort. That's what I tell myself is the strangest part. But it's not. It's not strange at all, because nothing about arrival makes sense when you're already there. What I do remember is waking up. That's the word that comes closest to what happened. waking up. Like from a dream you immediately forget the contents of, but retain the feeling of, that residual wrongness that clings to you through the morning. I was sitting in a chair in my apartment. My apartment, which is exactly 17 miles from where I live, in a town I've never heard of before yesterday. The chair was one I don't own. The angle of the afternoon light through my windows was wrong, too golden, too thick, like it was being filtered through something that shouldn't exist between the sun and this room. 3 days had passed, according to my phone. 3 days, and I had no memory of them. The footage on my security camera, yes, I checked immediately, hands shaking before I'd fully processed what I was doing, showed nothing. Just me sitting in that same chair, completely still for 72 hours. No movement, no food, no water. The timestamp ran through the video like a lie. But the dates were undeniable. September 22nd through September 25th. The ledgers were gone. The keys were gone. But on the kitchen table, I found a single item, one page. Just one. Torn from something old and water-damaged, the edges yellowed to the color of bone. At the top, in my own handwriting, was written a name I didn't recognize. A check in date. A room number 307. Below that, in the same handwriting but with a different pressure, different spacing, as if written by someone trying to forge my hand, were these words, "See you next September." I threw the page away. Then I retrieved it. Then I burned it in my sink, watching the paper curl and blacken, the writing becoming briefly bright before it disappeared into ash. The smell was like old hotels, that particular combination of carpet cleaner and something that's been breathing in darkness for too long. The ash wouldn't go down the drain. It just sat there, swirling in the water, refusing to dissolve. I left it. I called in sick to work for the first time in 6 months. My supervisor asked if I was all right. I told her yes. It sounded convincing enough. My voice sounded normal, which meant somewhere in those 3 missing days, someone had practiced speaking as me, had learned exactly how to replicate the small hesitation before certain words, the specific cadence of my lying. The days that followed unfolded with the false normality of routines resuming. I went back to the office. People didn't ask many questions. My coworkers seemed to have moved on from my absence as quickly as they registered it, which felt wrong in its own way, the kind of easy forgetting that suggests something else was editing the memory around me, smoothing over the inconvenience of my disappearance so no one had to think about it too hard. But things were different. Small things, which is always how you know something fundamental has broken. My apartment felt rearranged, not moved. I checked every object, every book on the shelf, every photograph, and they were exactly where I'd left them. But the light fell differently now. The corners seemed deeper. The space between objects felt like it was breathing. When I sat on my couch at night, the texture of the fabric felt unfamiliar, like it had been worn smooth by someone else's weight in those 3 missing days. I began to notice the water stains. They appeared on my ceiling first. I swear they weren't there before. Rust-colored marks that spread in patterns almost like writing. I stared at them for hours, trying to find meaning in them, trying to decide if they spelled anything. They didn't. That was almost worse than if they had. The randomness suggested that the pattern was there regardless, that I was just the instrument being used to look for it. Then the stains began appearing on the walls, not growing, appearing overnight, in places I'd walked past 100 times, behind the bathroom mirror, on the inside of my closet, across the plaster near my bed, arranged in a shape that reminded me of words I'd read in ledgers, room numbers I'd seen written in my own hand. I called a contractor. He came, looked at the walls with professional detachment, and told me it was water damage. Old damage, he said. It must have been there for years, just hidden. He quoted me a price that was exactly what I had in my bank account. Not approximately. Exactly. Down to the last dollar. I didn't hire him. The worst part is the calendar. I have a calendar on my refrigerator, just a standard one, nothing unusual, that I've had since January. Every September on it, starting with this year, has been marked in my handwriting with a single word: room. I don't remember writing any of it. I have no memory of touching a pen to this calendar after the first time I hung it up. But there it is, month after month, September after September, extending decades into the future. 2035, 2056, 2089, each one marked in ink that feels older than my years, written in a script that looks like mine but feels like a translation of mine. A dialect spoken by something that learned my language from reading my journals while I slept. I stopped looking at the calendar around March, but I know it's there. I know that if I were to check it right now, this very moment, there would be new markings, events scheduled in dates I haven't reached yet, confirmations written in the future tense, penned by my hand in a moment I haven't experienced. The reservations keep being made. I found the ledger in my closet last month. Or it found itself there. The distinction has become meaningless. It looked different from the ones in my car. This one was smaller, pocket-sized, bound in leather that felt #additional middle section. The hallway stretched longer than it should have, and I began to suspect the building itself was larger on the inside than the exterior suggested. My footsteps echoed in a way that felt deliberate, as though the silence were waiting for sound to arrive so it could amplify it. The carpet beneath my feet had once been a deep burgundy, the color you'd find in old casinos or ballrooms, meant to hide stains. Now it was bleached in places, the pile worn down to backing in others, creating a topography of disuse that traced the paths of feet long gone. The air tasted different here. Not stale exactly, but filtered through decades of closed windows and undisturbed dust. I could taste the mineral quality of it, like sucking on a penny found in an attic. My throat began to constrict slightly, and I breathed through my mouth instead, though that felt worse somehow. More intimate. I didn't want to taste this place deeper than I already did. I stopped to examine one of the guest room doors. The numbers had been screwed on methodically. 217, 218, 219, and each door was identical except for the way time had treated them differently. Some had warped slightly, the wood swollen and then shrunken again in cycles of humidity. Others seemed almost untouched, their painted surfaces cracked only minimally. But number 219 was different. Its door frame had shifted, and the door itself hung at a subtle angle, as if the hinges had given up their fight against gravity and settled into a compromised position. I reached toward the handle, then stopped. The door frame had something written on it. Not carved deeply enough to be deliberate vandalism, but scratched, as though someone had used the edge of something, a key perhaps, or a fingernail worn down enough to score wood. The marks were small, nearly illegible, but they formed letters. I leaned closer, my eyes struggling in the half-light. "Don't come back" was what I read, though I couldn't be entirely certain. The letters could have meant something else entirely. "Don't come down. Don't come here." Language had degraded into suggestion in these scratches, and my mind filled in the spaces between the marks with its own assumptions. I moved on. The elevator alcove appeared suddenly, as if I'd rounded a corner into a different era. The doors were brass, actually brass, not painted brass, and they had oxidized into a rich, verdigris green that was almost beautiful. Above the doors, the floor indicator was still there, its numbers visible behind scratched glass. The needle was frozen between the third and fourth floors, had been for so long that the mechanism no doubt had seized completely. I pressed the call button without thinking, and felt foolish immediately. It didn't depress. It was stuck solid, painted over perhaps 100 times, and now permanently fixed in the up position. Next to the elevator, a maintenance closet door hung open 3 inches. Inside I could make out mops still in their holders, wooden handles turned silver with time and dust. Bottles of cleaning solution sat in a wire caddy, their labels long since faded to blank rectangles. One bottle was on its side on the floor, and a stain had spread from it, dried to a rust color, expanding like a slow-motion explosion that had occurred years ago and was now permanently frozen mid-progress. The silence here was different, more solid, more present. I realized I was holding my breath and forced myself to exhale slowly. The air moved out of me and seemed to hang in the space before settling, as if reluctant to disturb the perfect stillness it had maintained for so long. I turned toward the stairwell. The door was marked with faded letters, stairs, emergency exit. The word emergency had been underlined multiple times, the underlining getting increasingly desperate over what must have been years. Someone had kept going back to that word, pressing harder each time, until the paint had cracked beneath the accumulation of emphasis. The stairwell was darker than the hallway. No exterior windows meant no ambient light, just the spill of illumination from the hallway behind me. I pulled out my phone and thumbed on the light. The beam was surprisingly aggressive in the enclosed space, throwing sharp shadows up the stairs that made the steps look dangerous, the edges pronounced and black-edged. The stairs themselves were concrete, poured decades ago, and now showing small signs of deterioration. Here and there, moisture had worked at the surface, creating small potholes and separations where the concrete had flaked away in scales. Someone had been here recently meaning within the past few months perhaps, or maybe years. Time moved differently in abandoned places. A mark on the railing caught my eye. It was a handprint, dusty but distinct, the outline of fingers and a palm clearly visible in the accumulated filth. The print suggested someone gripping the rail firmly, using it to pull themselves up or steady themselves coming down. I looked at the size. It could have been anyone. It could have been mine. I moved my hand closer to it, but didn't place it down. The print seemed to hold something of the person who had made it, some residue of their intention or their fear or their simple act of navigation through this dead space. I didn't want to override it. The temperature changed as I climbed. It grew colder, a change so gradual I didn't notice it immediately. Only when I paused, halfway between the second and third floors, did I realize my breath had become visible, pale plumes that dissipated slowly into the cool air. That didn't make sense. The building had been closed. There was no air conditioning running. The outside temperature had been mild when I entered, but the stairwell was cold, and my body was reacting to it, goosebumps rising on my arms beneath my shirt sleeves. On the landing between the second and third floors, someone had left something. A bottle. Clear glass, empty now, the label so degraded it had become a map of browns and golds that meant nothing. I picked it up carefully. It was light, and there was a slight residue inside, a smell that suggested something medicinal had been contained here. The rim of the bottle was dusty but not stuck, and I could lift it to my nose without forcing it. The odor was chemical, bitter, the ghost of whatever someone had needed to drink while climbing these stairs. I set it back down in the exact position I'd found it, though I couldn't explain why that felt important. The walls of the stairwell bore the marks of years. Water damage in one corner suggested a leak from above, a brown stain that spread across 3 vertical feet and then simply stopped, as if the leak had sealed itself or the weather had changed. Graffiti appeared in certain spots, not the elaborate tags of city walls, but smaller personal marks. Initials, a date, 1987. Another mark that looked like it might have been a love symbol, or perhaps just a cross. The scratches and markings layered over each other in some places. A palimpsest of people passing through, people needing to leave evidence that they had been here. My legs were beginning to feel heavy. The climb, or the cold, or something else. Exhaustion that didn't seem connected to exertion, but rather to the weight of the space pressing inward. I sat down on one of the steps, my back against the concrete wall. Up close I could see the texture of the wall surface, small pores, slight variations in color where patches had been applied and dried. It was just concrete, just poured decades ago by workers I would never know. Yet sitting against it, I felt the accumulation of years in my bones. The silence pressed in. Not the absence of sound, but something more active. A presence that was made of silence. My heartbeat became audible to me. A rhythm in my chest that seemed too loud, too fast. I focused on slowing my breathing, on matching my breath to the rhythm of the stairwell itself, which had its own tempo, slow, measured, the infinitesimal settling of a structure that was slowly, imperceptibly returning to dust. Warm on the first page, written in a script I almost recognized as my own, were names. Not just mine. Others, Alex, Morgan, Jordan, Casey, people I've never met, people whose check-in dates stretched into next year, the year after that, years I can't imagine reaching. Below all of that, on what should have been a blank page, was written, "Welcome back to Grandview." The rooms are always waiting. The ledgers never lie. You've already checked in. You're checking in. You will check in. It's all the same moment, all the same September. Some of the reservations are for guests who haven't been written into the world yet. Some of the guests are still checking out. Some of them, like you, are doing both at the same time. Time is one long hallway here. The keys turn, the doors open. The light watches all of it, all at once, all forever. I put the ledger back in the closet. I haven't opened it again. But sometimes, late at night, I can hear pages turning. Soft, deliberate, like someone taking careful notes. Writing down what I'm doing right now. Recording my breathing. Documenting the specific angle of my hand on this keyboard. Feeling in the entries for tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, the Septembers I haven't reached, the rooms I haven't checked into, the moments that are already happening, have always happened, will always happen all at once in a building made of forgotten time and the weight of every guest who ever thought they were just passing through. The sound stops around 3 a.m. That's when I'm most alone. Or when I'm least alone. The distinction no longer matters. I've stopped trying to figure out which one is true, because I've come to understand that the question itself was written into the ledger before I was ever born. Some guest checked in long before I existed and wrote this life down. Wrote it perfectly. Wrote it in a way that meant I had no choice but to follow the script, page by page, reservation by reservation, until I checked back in again next September, as I always do, as I'm always about to do, as I'm currently in the process of not arriving at. The car is already warming up in the parking garage. The keys are already warm in my pocket. And on the passenger seat, a new ledger waits, its pages already filled with tomorrow's dates. Written in the careful, patient handwriting of someone who knows exactly where I'm going, who is waiting for me there, and who understands that I'm already there, have always been there, checking in for the first time and the 100th time and every time all at once. Watching the light shift across the numbered doors, hearing the old building breathe around me like lungs that have been breathing the same September forever. I pick up the phone to call in to work about next month's vacation. The person who answers is using my voice again. But this time we both know I'm not calling. This time we both know I'm already returning. The ledger knows. It's already written it down. Story 2. The abandoned quarry where my footprints age faster than I do. The clay was softer than I expected. My boot sank nearly 3 inches before the deeper layer held, and when I pulled free, the suction made a sound like something exhaling. It was late September, 3 days after rain, and the abandoned quarry sat beneath a sky the color of old concrete, still, windless. The kind of silence that makes you aware of your own breathing. I'd been gone 15 years, longer than I'd spent here the first time. The limestone cliffs rose in jagged tiers on 3 sides, their pale faces fractured by centuries of erosion and blasting. The largest face, the east wall, was nearly 200 feet high, and at its base, the water lay so perfectly still it looked less like water than like a sheet of dark glass someone had stretched across the quarry floor. Equipment protruded from the surface at irregular intervals. Drag lines with their booms angled like broken insects. The corner of a loader cabin, a portion of conveyor track that caught what little light remained and threw it nowhere useful. The office building perched on the northern ridge, the only structure still entirely above the waterline. Concrete foundation, wood frame gone gray and warped, windows so opaque with dust I couldn't see past the first inch of glass. It had been there since the 1950s, according to what I'd read in the geological archives. The company that operated the quarry had abandoned it in 1972 when limestone prices collapsed and the veins got too deep. The building had stood untouched for 5 decades. I'd come back because of a hypothesis, which is what we call it when you're not quite sure, but you need to sound certain. The erosion patterns around the quarry had shifted in ways my old data didn't account for. The models predicted gradual degradation, weathering, water action, the slow violence of freeze-thaw cycles. What I'd seen in the satellite imagery suggested something different. Compression anomalies. Subsidence that didn't match the limestone chemistry. A kind of acceleration the clay squelched under my boots as I moved toward the ridge. I was taking samples every 50 meters, photographing the rock faces, documenting the current shoreline. Basic work. The kind of thing I could do alone, which was why I'd done it alone. Some places feel better without witnesses. That's when I noticed the other prints. They were in a patch of clay about 30 meters from where I'd left my truck, a gap between 2 massive boulders that had tumbled from the upper cliff years ago. Boot prints fresh enough that I could see the tread pattern clearly. Something like hiking boots, size 9 or 10, splayed out in a small cluster as if someone had stood there for a while. Maybe turned in place. Maybe looked around. I crouched down to examine them more closely. They were deeper than my prints. Whoever had made them was heavier, or they'd pressed down harder. The edges were crisp in places, crumbling in others, which was normal for clay in this state of moisture. Except they shouldn't have been here at all. The quarry had no visitors, no camping, no hiking trail access, no reason for anyone to come out this far north of the highway. The nearest town was 40 miles back, and it had been dying the last time I passed through it. I pulled out my notebook and sketched the prints, noting the location, the depth measurements, the angle of the ground, habit, precision, the things that kept me from jumping to conclusions. But the back of my neck had already made its own conclusion, and I felt it tingling the way it does when you notice something before you've actually conscious of noticing it. The prints led toward the office building. I stood and followed them, moving slowly, watching where they went. They tracked almost directly north, which was strange. Most people would follow the natural contours of the ridge, the easiest path. These prints went straight, as if the person knew exactly where they were going, or wasn't thinking about terrain at all. The ground here was different, more compacted. I could see where the clay had been walked on extensively, pressed down into a kind of hard crust. Recent, but not fresh, the kind of wear that would take several days or a week of regular traffic. Multiple passes over the same ground. I knelt again and looked more carefully. There were other footprints here, too, overlapping, layered, all heading the same direction. But none of them looked exactly the same. Different sizes, different weights, different treads, a small group maybe, or the same person multiple times. The office building rose in front of me, and I stood to approach it fully. The concrete steps leading up to the entrance were cracked and tilted. The metal railing beside them rusted through to a brown so dark it was nearly black. The door, a solid metal thing with a push bar, probably installed in the 1960s, was slightly ajar. I didn't remember it being open. Not that I checked carefully the last time, but the site had been sealed for years. Official property, no trespassing signs posted every few 100 meters. The door shouldn't have been open. I pushed it further. It moved slowly, scraping on the concrete threshold, and a smell rolled out, mineral and stale, the scent of water damage and something like the inside of an old refrigerator that's been unplugged for months. I pulled my flashlight from my pack and swept the beam inside. A long hallway, linoleum flooring, buckled and split in places, revealing concrete beneath, walls that might have been beige once. Office doors on either side, all closed. At the far end of the hallway, a window let in a dim, complicated light that suggested the building opened onto the quarry itself. My boots clicked on the linoleum as I stepped inside. The sound echoed in a way that made the space feel larger than the building's exterior suggested. Each footfall seemed to hang in the air a fraction longer than it should. I was so focused on the interior layout, on documenting the space, that it took me a moment to notice what was wrong with the floor. When I did, I stopped walking. Behind me, where I'd just stepped, my boot prints were already fading, not disappearing. Fading, the heel impression that had been crisp and defined just seconds ago was softening at the edges, the clay filling back in like sand does when you wet it. The moisture level hadn't changed. The air hadn't moved. But the marks of my passage were being erased in real time. The precision of my weight gradually blurred into generality. I turned around and walked backward several steps, watching. With each footfall, the same thing happened. Clear impression, then immediate decay. Not fast, not so fast that it was visibly changing as I watched. But if I looked away and then looked back, the definition was gone. I raised my flashlight and looked at the footprints that had led me here, the ones I'd been following. In the beam of the light, their edges were visibly softer than they'd been even 5 minutes ago. Crumbling, the tread pattern was losing definition. By tomorrow, maybe, they'd be completely erased. By the day after, it might look as if no one had ever walked here at all. The silence of the building seemed to deepen around me. It was the kind of quiet that feels active. Listening, I backed out slowly, my eyes still on the floor, and stepped into the gray afternoon light. The ridge stretched in both directions, covered in the debris of an abandoned place. Broken equipment, withered wood, rubble, and footprints. Now that I was looking, I could see them everywhere, scattered across the clay in small clusters, following no particular pattern, leading nowhere obvious. Some appeared older than others, their edges soft and degraded, but some were fresher, recent enough that I could still make out detail. I checked my watch. 4:47 p.m. I'd been at the site for 90 minutes. I looked down at the prints I'd made walking from the truck to the ridge, the ones I'd been following, the ones the other person or people had made. In the fading light, they all seemed to be aging at the same rate, regardless of how long they'd been exposed. It should have been impossible. Clay doesn't work that way. Soil chemistry doesn't work that way. Time doesn't work that way. But I was watching it happen, and I couldn't think of a single explanation that didn't require me to be misunderstanding something fundamental about what I was seeing. I drove back to town in the dimming light, watching the ridge disappear in my rearview mirror. The asphalt stretched ahead, and I tried to focus on the road, on the ordinary mechanics of driving, the resistance of the steering wheel, the rhythm of the tires. Normal things. Explicable things. By the time I reached Morgan's place, I'd already constructed several theories. Temperature fluctuations affecting clay composition, some kind of localized geological anomaly. A misunderstanding of my own perception. Maybe I'd been in that building longer than I thought. Maybe the angle of the light had been playing tricks. Maybe I needed sleep. Morgan was waiting on the porch with 2 cups of coffee. Morgan had lived out here longer than anyone I knew. 43 years in the same farmhouse, just outside what used to be the quarry town. If anyone would have context, it would be Morgan. "You look like you've seen something," Morgan said, handing me a cup. I sat on the weathered steps and decided not to lead with the impossible part. "How long has that quarry been abandoned? Which one?" Morgan settled beside me, and the porch swing creaked slightly. There were 3 operations at their peak. The main pit closed in 1987. The secondary works went down a few years after. The last crew packed it in around 1993. Why? I was walking around the ridge area, the old processing building. I found something odd. Morgan waited. There are footprints everywhere, recent ones, but also older ones, and I can't figure out why anyone would be going out there now. It's been years since anyone had a reason to, Morgan finished. You're right about that. We sat quietly. The coffee was cooling in my hands. People do go back sometimes, Morgan said eventually. Curiosity, nostalgia, there was a boy, maybe 5 or 6 years ago, who used to hike out there, wanted to explore. His mother put a stop to it once she found out. Dangerous place, unstable ground, sudden drops. But before that, he left marks, wore paths in places. How old are the paths you can see now? I asked. Morgan seemed to consider this carefully. Fresh ones? Maybe a few months. I notice when people come through. Tends to disrupt things. The land out there is quiet. I don't like it disturbed. I thought about the footprints I'd seen. The clusters with no obvious connection. The way they seem to exist without belonging to any coherent path. Have you noticed anyone specifically? Recently? No, Morgan said. But that doesn't mean no one's been. I don't watch it constantly. Just notice when things seem off. That night, I checked my notes. I'd photographed the footprints, several of them, with my phone. The light had been poor, and the images were grainy, but I wanted to have something concrete to measure against. I found myself looking at them for longer than necessary, trying to extract detail from pixels. One print in particular caught my attention. It was clear in the photo, very clear, actually clearer than it had appeared in person, and it was large. Larger than my own, certainly. The tread pattern suggested work boots. Deep treads, the kind built for rough terrain. I tried to sleep and managed a few broken hours. By the following morning, something had shifted in me. I couldn't articulate it as actual fear yet, but it was close. A kind of anticipatory dread. The kind you get when you've noticed something wrong and can't quite prove it to yourself. I drove back to the quarry. The footprints were more numerous than I remembered. Not dramatically so. I couldn't point to a specific increase, but enough that the scattered impressions seemed to have multiplied in my absence. I spent 2 hours documenting them, trying to establish some kind of pattern. There were at least 5 distinct tread types, possibly more. The oldest prints, the ones with the softest edges, appeared concentrated on the eastern side of the ridge. The newer prints, the ones with definition still visible, spread across the central area and fanned westward. I was following one particular set when I noticed something that made me stop. The prints led to a broken section of the ridge where the ground simply dropped away. It wasn't a cliff exactly, more like the earth had subsided, leaving a shallow depression about 8 feet across and maybe 4 feet deep. The bottom was covered in accumulated debris, old metal fragments, and stones. It was the kind of place you'd avoid instinctively. But the footprints led directly to the edge and then stopped, not naturally stopped, as in the person had turned around. They stopped as though the walker had simply ceased existing at that point. The prints approached the edge in a relatively straight line, and the last one, partially over the lip of the depression, was smaller, less defined, but clearly still part of the same trajectory. I looked down into the depression. Nothing there but rock and rust and time. I moved back from the edge and tried to trace the footprints backward to see where they'd originated. They seemed to converge from multiple directions, which made sense if different people had walked here at different times. But the more I studied the pattern, the more disoriented I became. Some of the prints appeared to loop back on themselves. Others seemed to cross the same ground repeatedly, each pass leaving its own impression, but in slightly different locations, shifted, as though the person walking had drifted sideways with each iteration. By 2 p.m., I felt unsettled enough to leave. I didn't have a clear reason. Everything I was seeing could be explained by multiple visitors over an extended period. The footprints ending at the depression could mean someone had carefully descended, moving sideways to avoid losing their footing. The prints that seemed to overlap could be coincidence, or my own fatigue coloring my perception. But the feeling persisted, a sense that something in the pattern wasn't right. I drove toward town and made a decision. I'd find whoever had been coming out here. If there was a rational explanation for the footprints, there would be a rational explanation for everything else. I could pursue it as research, interview people, document the history of the quarry site and why someone would return to it now. I started with the Historical Society office, a small brick building on Main Street run by an older woman named Alex. Alex had a reputation for knowing more about the town's past than anyone official. When I arrived, Alex was cataloging old photographs in the back room. "I'm doing research on the quarry," I said. "It's closure." "What happened to the facilities?" Alex looked up, setting down a photograph carefully. "Thorough closure. The company that owned it, Ashford Mineral Corp., they stripped the equipment, razed some of the structures, left the pits to fill naturally with water and debris. It's been a dead zone ever since. Why the interest? Studying abandoned sites, industrial collapse, how landscapes change when human activity stops. This seemed to satisfy Alex, who began pulling files. We spent an hour going through documents, closure reports, environmental assessments, old newspaper clippings about the final operation. One article mentioned that the last crew had worked until December of 1993, and the final shutdown had been fast. No sentiment, no farewell. The company simply pulled out. After that, I asked. Nothing official. The land reverted to, well, it's complicated. There's a trust that technically owns it, but the trust is defunct. So it's kind of in a legal limbo. No one maintains it. No one has permission to develop it. It just sits. Has anyone tried to go back since the closure? Alex hesitated. This was the kind of hesitation that meant yes, but with context. There was a boy, maybe 6 or 7 years ago, used to go out there to explore. His family eventually moved away. And there was, Alex paused, seeming to weigh something. There was someone else. I don't have a name, but in 2019, early summer, I think, the police got a call about a trespasser. Someone had been seen at the site at night, moving around with lights. By the time the officer arrived, whoever it was had gone. The officer didn't find much, just some disturbed ground. Footprints, maybe. I remember my friend mentioning it because it was so unusual. Nothing ever happens out there. Did anyone try to follow up? No. Whoever called it in never called back. The officer filed a report, and that was the end of it. Out of sight, out of mind. Alex shuffled through the files. You want to see the original closure report? The environmental assessment? Might give you a better sense of what was there. I took copies of everything. As I was leaving, I turned back. Alex, between 2019 and now, have you heard of anyone else being out at the quarry? Alex was quiet for a moment. Not heard, but I've wondered. There's a woman who comes in sometimes, Taylor, who likes to walk that area. Old hiking trails that pass through the property. I ran into Taylor at the grocery store maybe 6 months ago, and Taylor mentioned the footprints out there. Said they seemed to multiply every time Taylor walked through. At first, Taylor thought it was funny, but then Taylor stopped going. Stopped? Why? Taylor said, and Alex was choosing words carefully now, that the footprints didn't seem to belong to anyone new each time, that they seemed to be the same ones, just appearing in different places. Taylor said it was like someone was walking the same paths over and over, but the impressions were never quite the same, never quite in the same spot, and that it felt watched. That night, I couldn't sleep at all. I sat at my laptop and went through the photographs I'd taken, enlarging them, comparing them pixel by pixel. In one image, I could see at least 7 distinct footprints within a 3-foot radius. Different sizes, different tread patterns, some appearing fresher than others. But when I traced them backward and forward through the sequence of photos, trying to establish a timeline or a walking path, I couldn't construct anything coherent. I searched for any news about missing people in the area. Nothing unusual. No disappearances in the last several years. No one reported lost in the Quarry region. I found myself thinking about the footprints that led to the edge of the depression and simply ended. Around 3 a.m., I made a decision that I should have questioned more carefully. I was going back to the quarry. At night, I was going to bring proper lighting, and I was going to document everything carefully. If there was someone out there, someone who returned repeatedly, someone who perhaps lived in or near the abandoned structures, I needed to know. I needed to understand. What I didn't fully admit to myself was that I was already past the point of rational investigation. Some part of me had accepted that what I was seeing existed outside normal explanation, and I was being drawn toward understanding it the way a person is drawn toward a source of light in darkness. I assembled what I needed: a high-powered flashlight, a headlamp, my phone for photographs and video, a notebook, water, a knife, not for any particular reason except that having it in my pocket seemed wise. I didn't leave a note. I didn't tell anyone where I was going. In retrospect, this seems like the kind of decision that marks a threshold, the point at which I stopped being a careful researcher and became something else entirely. The drive out to the quarry took 40 minutes. The night was clear and cold. My headlights cut through the darkness, and I was alone on the roads. When I arrived at the ridge, I turned off the engine and sat in the darkness for several minutes. The silence was absolute. The kind of silence that makes you aware of your own breath, your own heartbeat. I took the flashlight and stepped out. The footprints in the clay were luminous under the beam of my light. They seemed to glow with a kind of pale definition, far clearer in darkness than they had been in daylight. Dozens of them. Hundreds, perhaps. The entire surface of the ridge appeared to be a palimpsest of impressions, a text written in overlapping scripts that no language could decipher. And they had definitely multiplied since yesterday. I began walking, following the most recent-looking prints, and felt the weight of the night settling around me. Behind me, my own footprints appeared in the clay, distinct and immediate. In front of me, the prints of someone or something that had passed through this place repeatedly, circling, overlapping, never quite forming a complete path. The old processing building loomed ahead, and I forced myself to approach it. Inside, the darkness was so complete that even my flashlight beam seemed to make minimal impact. I swept it across the interior. The machinery that had been left behind, rusted and corroded, the wooden beams supporting the structure, the floor covered in decades of debris. On the clay floor inside, there were footprints, fresh ones, recent enough that I could see the moisture still visible in their edges. I felt something shift in my chest, a kind of recognition or the precursor to panic. The footprints inside the building were not from the day before. They were from tonight, from hours ago, at most. I turned to leave, and that's when I heard it. A sound from deeper in the building, not loud, not threatening in any obvious way, just a sound, like something shifting, like weight redistributing on old wood, like breathing almost, though I knew immediately that it wasn't anything as simple as that. I left the building without turning back. Outside, I swept my flashlight across the ridge, and the footprints seemed to multiply in its beam. In the darkness beyond the light, I could see nothing, but I could feel the impression of something just at the edge of what I could perceive. A presence, a weight, an attention. I walked backward toward the truck, keeping the building in sight, keeping my light moving. And in the clay beneath my feet, I felt the ground respond. Each footfall seemed to create an impression that lasted just slightly longer than it should. Just long enough for me to be aware that something was not quite right with the way time and space were behaving in this place. By the time I reached the truck, I was breathing hard, not from exertion, but from something closer to a dawning sense that I had fundamentally misunderstood what I was investigating. I drove back to town at a speed that was probably dangerous, and I didn't stop until I was sitting in the fluorescent brightness of an all-night diner, where the presence of other people, even just a tired waitress and a man drinking coffee at the counter, felt like a kind of anchor to reality. It was 11:47 p.m. when I left the quarry. By 12:34 a.m., I was ordering eggs and coffee and trying to convince myself that everything I'd seen had a rational explanation, that people returned to abandoned places, that footprints could be confusing when you were tired, that sounds in buildings meant nothing. The waitress refilled my coffee without asking. She was kind enough not to look at me too closely. When I finally went home, I showered, needing the heat and the sensation of normal water on skin, and I lay in bed without sleeping, listening to the house settle around me, wondering what I would find if I went back in the morning, wondering what I had actually seen, and wondering, in the way that a part of me had begun to wonder, whether the footprints I'd made driving there, walking the ridge, standing in the old building, whether those footprints would still be there tomorrow, aging in accelerated time toward nothing, whether they were already beginning to fade, the clay losing the definition of my steps, erasing me from that place as though I'd never been there at all. I didn't go back the next morning. That was the first decision I made consciously, sitting at my kitchen table with coffee that had gone cold. I had told myself I would return at first light. I had imagined the morning clarity, the way daylight would reveal the rational explanation for everything. But as the sun began to rise, painting the sky in shades of gray and pale gold, I realized I didn't want to know. I called in sick to work. My supervisor barely seemed to notice I'd been at the same job for 4 years without missing a day, so a single absence didn't raise questions. I spent the morning in my house, moving between rooms without purpose, aware of a restlessness I couldn't name or settle. By 2 p.m., I was reading about the Quarry on my laptop, searching for any documented history, any explanation for what a place like that would have been used for, who would have maintained it, why it had been abandoned. The results were sparse. A few mentions in local historical archives. The quarry had operated in the 1960s and early 70s, extracting kaolin clay for industrial use. Then, without explanation in any of the records I found, it simply stopped. No closure notice, no salvage operation, no explanation. The equipment was left where it stood. The buildings were left to collapse on their own timeline. One article mentioned that the county had tried to purchase the property in the 1980s for a landfill project. The deal fell through. Ownership became unclear. It had been left alone ever since. I found a photograph from 1972. It showed the quarry in operation, trucks lined up along the ridge, the loading station intact, the building I'd stood in still bearing its original structure. And in the photograph, there were footprints everywhere. Workers moving through the clay. Life, activity, time moving at the correct speed. I closed the laptop. That night, I couldn't sleep. I lay in bed listening to my house, to the hum of the refrigerator, to the settling of walls and joists, to the normal sounds of a structure existing in time. And I kept thinking about footprints, about how footprints are evidence of passage, about how they last longer than the moment they're made, but not forever, about how someday all of them fade. By Wednesday, I had convinced myself to look at the photographs I'd taken, just to see, just to verify what I'd documented. I transferred them from my camera to my computer with trembling hands that I told myself were just tired, just cold from sitting by the window. But as the images loaded, I understood why I'd been afraid to look at them. The ridge appeared in the first photo exactly as I remembered it, overgrown, desolate, the sun beginning its descent toward the horizon. I scrolled forward through images of the quarry's edge, the slope downward, the abandoned building with its rust-red roof and collapsed sections, and then the photographs from inside. The interior of the structure was dim, caught in the amber-gray light of my flashlight, and in the clay floor, the footprints, except they were different than they had been when I stood there. The first interior photo showed them as I'd seen them, distinct, recent, with moisture still visible in their edges. But as I moved forward through the sequence of shots, taken within minutes of each other, the footprints began to change. In the second image, they were shallower. In the third, they were barely visible, just faint depressions in the clay. In the fourth, the ground appeared smooth, unmarked, as though no one had ever stood there at all. And in the fifth photograph, taken as I was leaving the building, my own footprints, the ones I'd made walking through that space, were no longer there, not faded. Not difficult to see, completely absent. The clay was smooth and even, as though my feet had never touched it, as though I'd never been there. But in the final image, taken from outside looking back at the building, there, on the clay of the ridge, were footprints I hadn't made. Multiple sets, walking in patterns that suggested movement, searching, circling, all of them fresher than anything else visible in the photograph. I closed the laptop without finishing the folder. Thursday, I went back to work. I needed the normalcy of it, the fluorescent lights and the email chains and the mundane problem-solving of a job I'd never particularly cared about. My coworker Blake asked me if I was feeling better, and I said yes. I just needed a day. And we never spoke of it again. That's how it worked in normal life. You were sick, you came back, no one asked questions. Time moved forward. People moved through their days. That was how it was supposed to be. But I could feel something changing. Not in the world around me exactly, but in the way I was perceiving it. The way time felt. The way my movements felt. Walking from my desk to the break room, I became intensely aware of my footsteps, of the way my weight met the floor, of the impression I was leaving behind. Did it feel normal? I couldn't determine if it did. Friday night I drove to the gas station near the quarry, just to drive that direction, just to see if anything felt different. The road was the same. The trees on either side were the same. I didn't turn on to the access road. I didn't drive up to the ridge. I just passed by, driving slowly, and I felt the weight of the place even from a distance, a kind of gravitational pull, a wrongness in the space that made the air inside my truck feel heavy. I went to the diner again. Different waitress this time. I ate without tasting the food and drove home and lay in bed thinking about the quarry's footprints, the ones that weren't mine, the ones that had appeared in my photographs even though I hadn't seen them when I was standing there, unless they had been there, unless I simply hadn't been able to see them properly, until my camera did. Saturday morning, I woke with a certainty I hadn't expected. I was going back. Not because I wanted to, but because not going felt impossible now. Because the quarry had become a kind of fracture in my understanding of things, and I couldn't move forward without acknowledging what was happening there. I couldn't pretend normalcy. I couldn't work around it or explain it away. I packed water, my camera, a flashlight with fresh batteries. I told myself I would go in daylight. I would stay for 1 hour. I would document everything methodically. I didn't tell anyone I was going. The drive took 40 minutes. The access road still hadn't changed. The parking area still held only the shape of where I'd parked before. No new vehicles. No sign that anyone else had been out here since I'd left. I stood at the edge of the ridge, and immediately I knew something was wrong. The clay had changed color. It was darker now, deeper in hue, as though something had moved through it or underneath it. The footprints from my last visit weren't visible from where I stood. Neither were the mysterious ones from the photographs. The clay was smooth, all of it. The entire floor of the quarry, visible from my vantage point, looked almost like it had been deliberately smoothed. Recently, methodically, I walked toward the building, and with each step I felt the clay respond differently. It was softer now, damper. There was a smell to it, not unpleasant exactly, but wrong, like earth that had been turned over, or stone that was beginning to break down, or something between those things. I reached the building and stood in its entrance, the rusted beam frame casting shadows across my feet. The interior was different. The debris that had covered the floor was gone. The space was cleaner somehow, more open. And in the center of the floor, footprints, dozens of them, all fresh, all very recent. Some of them large, some smaller, some overlapping each other, all of them pointing inward toward the center of the building, and then stopping, as though whatever had made them had simply ceased to exist at that point. I raised my camera with hands that were no longer steady, and I photographed everything. The pattern of the footprints, the way they circled, the place where they ended. And as I was photographing the pattern, I became aware that I was being documented in return, not through a camera, but through some kind of attention. A presence that existed in the building the way dust exists in light, invisible until you notice it, and then suddenly it's everywhere. I could feel the weight of it, the density, the interest it was taking in me. I lowered my camera, and that's when I noticed what had been obscured by my focus on the footprints. On the floor, around the pattern, around the convergence point where all the footprints ended, the clay was aging. Not in the normal way. It wasn't cracking or breaking down into dust. It was changing color, darkening, becoming dense and thick as though years were passing across its surface in the span of seconds. And the change was spreading, moving outward from the center in a slow, deliberate wave, moving toward where I was standing. I left the building. I didn't run. Some part of me, the part that had begun to understand that this place operated on different rules, understood that running would change nothing. I walked out, and I walked across the ridge, and I got into my truck, and I drove. But as I was driving, I made the mistake of looking at my hands on the steering wheel. The skin looked different, not dramatically, but there, around my knuckles, along the back of my hands, the skin had a quality I couldn't name. A patina, a deepening, as though in the time I'd spent inside that building, my hands had aged, not decades, but enough. Enough that I could feel the difference. Enough that when I flexed my fingers, they felt heavier, as though something from that place had followed me out, as though I'd brought something back with me. I drove to the diner again. I sat under the lights and I ordered coffee, and I stared at my hands for 2 hours, watching them carefully, monitoring every shift in how they moved, every change in the texture of my skin. By the time the sun began to set, I couldn't determine if my hands were aging faster than they should be, or if the fear of that possibility was simply making me hyper-aware of the normal process of aging, of time, of the way we all move through the world, leaving our footprints behind us, watching them fade, wondering when, exactly, we'll fade too. I didn't go back to the quarry. That much was clear. I knew better. Whatever mathematics governed that place, whatever had drawn the footprints inward and then stopped them cold, I had no interest in understanding it further. Understanding it would require returning, and returning would mean entering it again, and some part of me understood with absolute certainty that a second visit would be different, darker, more complete. Instead, I lived with what I'd brought back. The first week, I convinced myself it was nothing. Psychosomatic, the skin on my hands looked the same as it always had if I didn't think too hard about it. The slight deepening of the lines around my knuckles was just the angle of the light, the way late autumn sunlight catches on human skin and makes everything look older. I went back to work. I answered emails. I had conversations with people who didn't seem to notice anything amiss, which meant logically that nothing was amiss. But I could feel it. That was the part that wouldn't leave. The sensation, the awareness. It wasn't painful. It wasn't even uncomfortable in a way I could articulate to anyone. It was more like wearing gloves I couldn't remove, a constant low-level awareness of my own skin, of the boundary between myself and the world, of the fact that my hands, specifically, had been touched by something that operated outside of normal time. I began documenting. Not obsessively at first, just carefully. I took photographs of my hands in different light conditions, under the harsh fluorescence of my bathroom, in the warm glow of desk lamps, in sunlight filtered through windows. I looked for changes, for acceleration, for evidence that the aging I'd sensed in the quarry was continuing its work on me, methodically moving through my body like that darkening clay moving across the floor. The photographs showed nothing. My hands looked the same, 34 years old, relatively unblemished. A few minor scars from childhood, the creases everyone has. But in the mirror, when I wasn't looking for anything in particular, when I was just washing my hands or brushing my teeth, I would catch my reflection and think, something is different, not visibly, but present. Jordan, who I'd been seeing for about 4 months, noticed that I was watching my hands. Not that I was worried, I was careful not to let the worry show, but that I was paying them unusual attention. We were having breakfast one Saturday morning in November, and I was, without realizing it, turning my hands over on the table, examining them, the way a jeweler might examine a stone they were unsure about. "You okay?" Jordan asked. And I said yes, absolutely, fine, just tired. And that seemed to satisfy them, because people generally don't want to dig deeper into the yes, absolutely fine answer. They want to believe it. It makes their own lives simpler. I didn't mention the quarry. I didn't mention the footprints or the clay or the sensation of being observed. I certainly didn't mention the fact that when I'd looked at my hands one morning, just casually, while making coffee, I'd noticed that the nail beds looked slightly darker than they used to, as though something was very slowly working its way underneath. I saw a dermatologist in early December. I told him I'd been concerned about some minor changes in my hands, probably nothing, but I wanted to check. He looked at them carefully. He asked me to clench my fists, then open them. He examined my fingernails. He asked me about sun exposure, about my family history, about allergies or any recent changes in my environment. "Your hands are completely healthy," he said finally. "No signs of any concerning conditions. Your skin is in good shape. Your nails are strong. If there's been a change, it's nothing that shows up on physical examination." I left his office feeling, oddly, both better and worse. Better because a medical professional had confirmed that nothing was visibly wrong. Worse because it meant the change was real, and it was happening in a way that medicine couldn't detect, which meant it was happening in the same way the rest of the quarry had happened, outside the normal boundaries of how the world worked. The winter was long. I stopped working on the historical documentation project. I told my editor I needed to focus on other pieces, and they accepted that without pressure. I spent a lot of time at home, which I told myself was simply the natural tendency when the days got shorter and the weather turned colder. I'd always been like that. The cold drove me inward. But it wasn't the cold. It was the fact that I needed to observe myself, to document the changes, settle as they were, that I continued to insist were probably nothing, while knowing absolutely that they were something. It was the hyper-awareness of my own body that I'd developed the moment I stepped out of that building. The constant low-frequency hum of fear that had nothing to do with panic and everything to do with patience. The patience of something working slowly. In January, I dreamed about the footprints, not nightmares, just dreams. I was standing in the building again, but it was full of light. A kind of light that didn't come from any visible source, but was just present everywhere at once. And the footprints were still there, still pressed into the clay, still arranged in that strange converging pattern that had led inward and then stopped. But in the dream, I understood what they were. They weren't the prints of different people coming to the building. They were layers, the same footprints repeated infinitely, each one aging the clay beneath it in the way that the presence had aged the floor when I was there. Each footprint belonging to the same walker, coming to the same place, aging the space around them, then leaving, then returning, then leaving again. An eternal circuit. A path worn so deep that time itself had begun to accumulate in it. And as I watched in the dream, I understood that I had left a footprint there too, that my walk through the building, my presence in that space, had added itself to the pattern, that I would return eventually, because that's what the footprints meant. They didn't end at the convergence point. They simply changed form. They became part of the clay, part of the aging, part of the mechanism that the place used to pull people inward and downward and deeper into its work. I woke up before dawn feeling like I hadn't slept at all. The next morning I looked at my hands, and I could swear the skin had thinned. Subtly, almost imperceptibly, as though the deepening I'd noticed was actually a wearing away, a patient erosion, the way water can hollow stone if given enough time. By spring, I'd settled into a kind of acceptance. Whatever was happening, whatever that presence had done to me by touching the space I occupied, it was slow. It was patient. It was not going to kill me tomorrow or next month. It was operating on a time scale that was fundamentally different from the usual urgencies of human existence. I stopped photographing my hands. I stopped seeing Jordan, though I told them it was because I needed to focus on work. I resumed the historical documentation project, but I was careful to avoid anywhere that even resembled the quarry. No abandoned industrial sites, no deep forests, no places where human presence had been thoroughly erased and something else had moved in to fill the space. I told myself I was managing, and by some definitions I was. I was functioning. I went to work. I paid my bills. I existed in a way that didn't raise questions from other people. But the sensation never left. Even now, typing this, my fingers moving across the keyboard, the smooth resistance of the keys beneath my fingertips, I can feel it. The awareness, the weight, the patience, the sense that something worked its way into me in that building, and it's continuing to work, continuing to age me in increments so small that I can convince myself I'm imagining it. And I've noticed something else. When I'm tired, when my guard is down, when I'm not actively monitoring myself, I'll catch myself looking at the hands of other people, not suspicious. Just observant, curious, I'll notice the lines in their skin, the way their fingers move, the small imperfections in their nails. And I'll wonder if they've been to places like I have, if they've left footprints that are slowly aging beneath them, if they know, the way I know, that time isn't as evenly distributed as we like to pretend, that some of it pools in certain places, that some of it moves faster than our bodies can, that we're all walking toward something, following a pattern we can't quite see, and somewhere behind us, or perhaps beneath us, in the clay, in the stones, in the places we've touched, our footprints are deepening, aging, accumulating the weight of every second we've spent on this earth, all at once, all in one place, waiting for us to return and complete the pattern. My hands don't look that different. No one else would notice. But sometimes, late at night, when the light is just right, when I'm not thinking about anything in particular, I'll catch sight of them and think, they're older than they should be. Not by much, but enough. Enough to be real. Story 3. I keep finding shift reports in the derelict mill written in my handwriting. The rust smell hits first, that particular iron oxide tang that coats your mouth and sticks in your throat. I hadn't noticed it the first time I walked through the door 3 hours ago, but now, standing in what used to be the main production floor, it's all I can smell. 3 stories of vertical space above me, skylights long since shattered or boarded over, and the light coming through the gaps makes the dust visible in geometric columns. It's bright where the light hits, and absolutely black in the spaces between. I'm Morgan. I inherited this place from an uncle I met twice, both times at family things where we said nothing to each other. He died last month, quietly, and his will named me as the heir to this mill. The building itself, not the company that used to operate it. The company had folded in 1987. That's the last date I can find on anything. The last shift report pinned to the wall in the supervisor's office. The last clock card in the office drawer. The last coffee in a mug that's gone gray with age and something darker underneath. I'd come back to the property because I had to. The lawyer made it clear. I either take ownership or decline and sell it. But doing nothing wasn't an option. The building sits on 4 acres of land that's worth something apparently, even though the structure itself is probably worthless. So I drove out here on a Thursday afternoon, parked my car on the cracked asphalt lot, and stood for a long time looking at the concrete facade before I actually went inside. The door had been chained, but the chain was loose, wrapped around the handles without any lock. Someone had let it be opened. I didn't think much about it. Security on a place this abandoned is probably not a high priority. The hinges screamed. They all screamed. Everything in here screams if you move it. The main floor stretches out like a tomb. Rows of machines, most of them still in place, still in the positions where workers left them last in 1987. Textile equipment, I'd looked up what these machines did before I came. Spinners, looms, dyeing vats. The vats are the worst somehow. They're open at the top, great stone-colored basins the size of small swimming pools, and the liquid that was in them has evaporated to a stain. Some are just empty. I could see the buildup of minerals and sediment on the sides, like a bathtub that hadn't been cleaned in decades. Because it hadn't been. I walked the perimeter first. The building is a rectangle, 3 stories of industrial space. The walls concrete and brick. The windows along the eastern side so dirty that I couldn't see through them even when the afternoon light came through. The floor is uneven. There are cracks. And in the cracks, things grow. Not much. Some kind of white fungus. Mostly, the water must collect somewhere. Because the smell of wet concrete and stagnant water competes with the rust. The second loop I did was slower. I was taking photographs. The lawyer had asked for documentation, said it would be useful when we got to the selling process, when we had to list the property and figure out what exactly was here to value. My phone's camera worked, though the images came out grainy in the low light, like the mill was resisting the documentation. Flash made everything worse, washing out the details and making the shadows deeper somehow. It was during the second loop that I noticed the stairs. There were 3 sets, positioned at different points around the rectangular space. The main stairwell was near what I assumed was the original entrance, the one I hadn't used. The stairs were metal, riveted, and they climbed through a gap in the floor above. I could see the second level through the opening. More machines, more space, more of the same frozen moment. The supervisor's office was on the second floor. I'd known that because there was a sign, faded but still readable, pointing upward. Office, authorized personnel only. The sign was bolted to the wall. Whoever had closed the mill down in 1987 had done it gradually, professionally. It didn't feel like an emergency evacuation. It felt like the end of a shift that just never got a next shift scheduled. I climbed the metal stairs slowly. They held my weight, and they made noise, long, groaning complaints. But they were solid. The second floor opened up the same way as the first, vast and rectangular, but more cluttered. There were more smaller machines here, more equipment that had been left in place. And boxes. Cardboard boxes, some of them still stacked, most of them collapsed into themselves by the weight of decades. The air up here was different. Colder, there must have been a vent or a gap in the roof, because the temperature dropped maybe 15 degrees between the first floor and the second. I could see my breath a little, though it was early October and it shouldn't have been that cold yet. The office was at the far end of the space, a structure built into the corner, a small room with walls and a door. The kind of place where a supervisor would sit to watch the floor, to keep records, to be away from the noise but still able to see what was happening. The door was wood, painted a dark green that had started to peel. The glass pane in the upper half was still intact, which surprised me. Inside, the desk was still there. Wood, heavy. The kind of furniture that was built to last. Papers covered it, not neatly, not chaotically, but scattered in the particular way that papers scatter when they've been exposed to decades of dust and the occasional water damage and the slow settling of everything. There was a calendar on the wall behind the desk. It showed October 1987. The date circled in red was October 15th. I moved the papers carefully. Shift reports, mostly, daily logs of production numbers, notes about equipment issues, comments about workers. The handwriting was compact, efficient. The kind of handwriting that comes from repetition, from doing the same task day after day after day. I could almost see the hand moving across the page, checking boxes, filling in numbers, signing off on the day's work. That's when I found the first one. It was on the underside of a stack. I'd picked up a pile to move them to one side of the desk to look at the wood underneath, and this one had been stuck, attached to the one above it by maybe 30 years of pressed dust. When I pulled it free, It separated with a soft sound, like paper coming unstuck from skin. The report was dated November 3rd, 1987, not a week after the last one I'd seen downstairs. But it was the handwriting that caught me. I knew my own handwriting. I've known it my whole life. Not just the shapes of the letters, but the way they connect, the particular slant and pressure. There are idiosyncrasies in how I write the number 7. I close the top with a little hook. There's a particular way I make the capital M in my name. This report was written in my handwriting. The shift details were mundane. 8-hour shift, 7 a.m. to 3 p.m. Production numbers on 3 lines of machines. A note about a bearing issue on the eastern spinner that would need attention. A comment about the weather. Cold this morning. First frost. Signed at the bottom, Morgan. I read it 3 times. I could feel my heart rate changing. That peculiar sensation of something being wrong without being able to quite articulate what. My hands were still shaking a little from the climb, from the dust, from the cold. The paper was fragile, old, the kind of paper that falls apart if you're not careful. But the handwriting was indisputably mine. I spent the next hour searching the office, every drawer, every shelf, every box. I found more reports, dozens of them. 37 I counted eventually, all dated between November 1987 and January 1988, all in my handwriting, all describing shifts I had never worked at a mill I had never visited before today in meticulous detail. The descriptions were mundane but specific. What I wore, what I ate for lunch, ham and cheese on wheat, notes about how dry the bread was, comments about my thoughts during the shifts, small frustrations, a note about being tired on a Tuesday, a comment about how the light changed across the production floor at certain times of day. They were my private observations. The kinds of things you think but don't usually write down. Not unless you're writing in a diary. But these weren't in a diary. These were shift reports, dated and filed like they were part of the official record of this place. And they were written in a way that suggested I had worked here, that I came in for shifts, that I had stood on this floor, in this building, at this desk, day after day. I sat down on the floor and held the reports in my lap and tried to think of a reason why this was happening. The logical part of my mind kept offering explanations. Someone was pranking me. Someone who knew my handwriting, who had studied it carefully enough to reproduce the letter forms, the way I looped my G's, the distinctive capital M with its particular hook. Someone who had access to old paper, who knew about this mill, who wanted to frighten me. But the more I sat there, holding those reports, the more that explanation felt like something I was telling myself rather than something I actually believed. I gathered the reports carefully and placed them back in the filing cabinet, trying to leave everything as I'd found it. My hands were steadier now, but my mind wasn't. I left the office and walked back through the mill floor, past the silent machines, toward the broken windows and the gray November light. It was only as I was halfway through the production floor that I noticed something I hadn't seen before. At one of the spinner stations, the one mentioned in the reports, the Eastern Spinner, there was a logbook chained to the side of the machine. The chain was rusted but intact. I hadn't seen it on my first walk through, or perhaps I simply hadn't been looking for it. I opened it. The pages were brittle and water-stained, but readable. They contained maintenance notes, handwritten entries about repairs and adjustments. The most recent entries were dated November 1987, and there, among the mechanical notes in other hands, the handwriting of the mill's maintenance staff I assumed were my comments, scattered throughout like interjections, bearing running hot again. Replaced the seal, but the issue persists. Note: this machine requires attention before the next shift. My observations, integrated into the actual maintenance log as if I had been there, documenting problems in real time. I traced one of the entries with my finger, not touching the paper itself. The ink was the same color as the older reports from the office. It had faded to the same degree. It wasn't recent. It wasn't a prank. The cold was deeper now, seeping through my jacket. I pulled it tighter and kept walking. I didn't return to the mill for 3 weeks. I told myself it was because I didn't want to. I told myself there were other places I wanted to document, other derelict sites that needed attention for the book I was working on. Both of those things were true. Neither of them was the reason I stayed away. The real reason was simpler and more difficult. I was afraid of what else I might find there. But I couldn't stop thinking about it. The mill became a persistent presence in my mind, the way certain thoughts do when you try to suppress them. Every time I thought I'd forgotten about it, something small would bring it back. I'd catch myself writing something and notice the particular way I formed an M. I'd see an old shift report at some other abandoned site, and my stomach would tighten. Eventually, avoidance started feeling worse than knowing. So I returned. The mill looked exactly the same. The November light was different now. We were 3 weeks further into autumn, the sun lower and more golden, but the building itself was unchanged. Indifferent, waiting, I went directly to the office. I was going to check the filing cabinet, see if there were more reports, see if anything had changed. The reports were gone. Not most of them, all of them. The filing cabinet was still there, still open where I'd left it, but the folders were empty. The papers had been removed. I stood there for a long moment trying to determine if this was better or worse than finding new ones. If someone had taken them, then at least there was a someone. A person who had access to the mill, who knew what I'd discovered, who was engaged in some kind of response. That seemed preferable to the alternative, that the papers themselves had somehow unexisted, that reality had shifted backward to erase them, that I had misremembered, that the whole thing had been some kind of elaborate hallucination brought on by the dust and the cold and the isolation. I checked the maintenance log next. It was still there, chained to the eastern spinner. I opened it with trembling fingers. The pages were the same as before. But the entries, my entries, had changed. They were different comments now, observations I hadn't made before, notes about the feeling of working at night, about how the machine sounds changed in darkness, about a particular smell that didn't have a name. Sometimes I think this machine was meant for something else. One entry read. Sometimes the rhythm of it feels like communication. like it's trying to tell me something, but I don't have the language for it. I had never written that. I was certain of it. But the handwriting was mine. The particular way I formed the letters, the pressure variations in the pen strokes, the size and spacing and slant of every single word, it was my hand that had written those sentences. Below that entry, dated the same date, another note. Need to remember this feeling tomorrow. Need to remember what this felt like. I looked around the production floor. The light was dimming, the afternoon slipping toward evening. The machines cast long shadows. I was alone. I told myself I was still alone. I closed the maintenance log and walked back toward the exit, moving deliberately, not running, keeping my breathing steady. As I passed the eastern spinner, I placed my hand on the cool metal of the machine. The surface was textured, aged, covered in fine dust. Nothing moved. Nothing responded. But I could feel something there. Not a presence. That word felt too specific, too conscious. More like a weight, a pressure in the air, a sense that the silence of the building was not empty silence, but full silence, the way a room feels when you know someone is watching you even though you can't see them. I made it to my car. I sat inside it with the doors locked and the engine running and my hands gripping the steering wheel, and I tried to think about what to do next. The logical explanations were exhausted now. Someone had taken the reports from the filing cabinet. Someone else had changed the maintenance log. Someone was inside the mill, living in it, walking the same floors I walked, documenting my presence the way I documented theirs. Or, and this was the thought I kept returning to, the thought I couldn't quite dismiss, the mill itself was documenting me, recording me, creating evidence of my work there shift after shift, day after day, even though I had never worked there before I entered it. I didn't go back for another month. When I finally returned, it was winter. The mill was snow-covered, beautiful in a desolate way, the kind of beauty that makes you feel small and temporary. I had told myself I was going because I needed closure, because I needed answers, because the mystery was affecting my sleep and my work. The truth was simpler. I needed to see it again. The need had become a pull, like hunger or thirst. This time I brought a notebook and a camera. I told myself this was documentation, that I was gathering evidence, that I was investigating. But as I climbed the stairs to the office, I knew that wasn't why I was really there. The office was different. The filing cabinet had been moved, the desk had been repositioned, and on the desk, laid out neatly in a line, were 3 brand-new shift reports, dated for future days. Days I hadn't lived yet. They were written in my handwriting. One was dated for tomorrow, the next for the day after, the third for a week from now. I picked up the first one with numb fingers. The paper was fresh and clean, the ink still slightly tacky. It began 7 a.m. arrival, clear skies, breakfast, coffee, black, 1 egg on toast. Felt a sense of anticipation this morning, though I'm not sure why. The eastern spinner is running smoothly today. The bearing issue has resolved itself. My words, my descriptions, my observations about days I hadn't experienced yet. And as I stood there reading, reading about my own future written in my own hand, I understood something that I had been unable to articulate before. I had never been to this mill, but some version of me had been here. Some version of me had worked these shifts, written these reports, maintained this log. And now that I had found this place, now that I had walked these floors and stood at these machines and sat at this desk, the boundaries between what I had done and what that other version had done were beginning to dissolve. The shift reports for the future weren't a prediction. They were an invitation, an offer, an explanation of what would happen if I kept coming back. I put all 3 reports in my jacket pocket and walked back to my car, and I made a decision that felt both final and temporary, the way all decisions feel when you're standing on the edge of something you don't understand. I would not return to the mill. I would burn the reports. I would forget the location. I would pretend I had never found this place. But even as I thought it, even as I promised myself these things with absolute conviction, I knew it was a lie. I knew that the mill wasn't finished with me, and I knew that somewhere inside myself, in some future moment, I couldn't yet see. Another version of me was already climbing those stairs, already reading reports in an office covered in dust and winter light, already beginning to understand what it meant to have worked there all along. The decision to stay away lasted 11 days. I burned the reports on the first night, watching the paper curl and blacken in my kitchen sink. The handwriting, my handwriting, disappeared into ash and smoke. I told myself this was the end of it. A closed chapter, a mistake or a break from reality or something my mind had constructed to fill a void I didn't know I had. But by day 3, I found myself researching the mill's history online. By day 6, I had driven past it twice, not stopping, just passing. By day 11, I was parking in the clearing again, my hands steady on the wheel even though my heart had developed a new rhythm, something rhythmic and deliberate, like it was learning to beat in time with something outside myself. I told myself I was going back to prove that nothing had changed, that the office was empty, that there were no new reports waiting, that I had imagined the whole thing, and seeing the mundane reality would finally break the spell. The mill looked exactly as it had in winter. The snow had mostly melted, leaving patches of dark earth and dead grass. The building seemed smaller somehow, less imposing, almost pathetic in its decay. I almost felt relief as I approached the entrance. That relief evaporated the moment I reached the top floor. There were no shift reports on the desk this time. Instead, there was a logbook, a leather-bound ledger, the kind you might find in an old office building from the 1960s or 70s. It was positioned precisely in the center of the desk, as if waiting. I didn't want to open it. I stood there for what felt like minutes, just staring at the thing, aware of how thin the line had become between curiosity and compulsion, aware that opening this book meant crossing into something I couldn't uncross. I opened it. The pages were filled with entries, hundreds of them, all in my handwriting, all dated going back months, no, years. The earliest entry I could find was dated nearly a decade ago, a full decade before I had ever set foot in this place. The entries were mundane at first. Shift notes, machine maintenance records, observations about the weather, notes about things that had happened, breakages, repairs, improvements. They read like the actual logs of someone who had worked here full time. Someone with responsibilities and routines and a genuine investment in the mill's operation. But the deeper I read, the more the tone shifted. Around 3 years into the log, the entries became more personal. Reflections, observations about solitude, notes about the way the sound of the machinery had begun to feel like a conversation with something. Questions about why certain repairs kept needing to be done. Questions about why some tools would be in different places than where they'd been left. Questions about whether anyone else had been here. Then, 2 years ago, the handwriting changed. It was still mine. I recognized the slope of my letters, the pressure I applied, the specific way I formed my Y's and G's, but it was messier, faster, more urgent. The entry from 2 years ago read, "I'm not alone here. I know that now. I've seen things moved. I've heard footsteps on the stairs when I'm the only one in the building. The machinery has started running on its own at night when the power should be off. Today I found a shift report I didn't write, dated for tomorrow. It was in my handwriting. I think I'm writing it. I think I've always been writing it. My skin had gone cold. My hands were trembling. I flipped forward, my eyes skipping across entries, looking for a pattern, some kind of explanation. Dates started skipping. Sometimes entries would jump forward by weeks. Then suddenly there would be 5 entries in a single day. The handwriting oscillated between controlled and frantic. Some pages had been written over, words crossed out so aggressively the pen had torn the paper. And then I found a recent entry, 2 weeks ago, right in the middle of the time when I had decided to stay away. I came back today. I don't know why I stayed away so long. It doesn't matter. The mill pulls me back. I understand now. There's no version of me that doesn't come here. Every choice I make, every decision to stay away, every resolution to forget, it all leads to the same place. The stairs, the office, the desk, the log. I've read my own future in this book. I've read entries I haven't written yet, but they're coming. They're all coming. This isn't a choice anymore. This is a pattern. This is a path that's already been walked by someone, and I'm following it. We're following it. The mill needs someone who knows how to maintain it. The mill needs someone who understands what it does. And I'm the only version of me that's ever found it. The entry ended there. I closed the logbook slowly. My hands had stopped shaking, which was worse than if they were still trembling. Stillness felt like resignation. I did something I hadn't done before. I searched the office thoroughly. Not just looking, actually searching. I went through the desk drawers. I opened every filing cabinet. I pulled boxes down from the shelves that ran along the far wall. In the bottom drawer of the cabinet that had so disturbed me on my first visit, I found photographs. They were old. Faded, the colors had shifted to amber and blue in the way old photographs do. They showed the mill in what looked like the 1970s or 80s when it was still operating, full of machinery I didn't recognize, workers whose faces were blurred or distant. But in one photograph, taken in this very office, from this very angle, I saw a man standing at this desk. He looked like me. Not exactly. The hair was different. The clothes were wrong for my era. But the face, the posture, the way he held himself, it was unmistakably familiar. Like looking at a relative you'd never met. On the back of the photograph, in handwriting that was clearly older, from a different decade entirely, were 3 words, "This is what waits." My phone rang. I didn't remember taking it out. I didn't remember it being in my hand. But there it was, vibrating, the screen lit with a call from my own number. I stared at it for 4 rings before I answered. I didn't say anything. There was breathing on the other end, deep, rhythmic, and underneath it, a sound like machinery running. "You found it," a voice said. It was my voice, exactly my voice, but with an exhaustion underneath it that I'd never heard in myself. The weariness of someone who had repeated the same action endlessly. "What is this?" I whispered. "It's what happens when you find a place that's been looking for you. The mill isn't abandoned. Not really. It's just waiting. It's always been waiting for someone who understands it, someone who can maintain it, someone like us. The call disconnected." I stood in the office for a long time after that, holding my phone, listening to the sound of machinery that wasn't running echo through the building. The logbook sat on the desk in front of me, patient and inevitable. I picked it up and went to the last few blank pages. I found a pen on the desk, my pen apparently, and I sat down. For a long moment, I didn't write anything. Then, because I understood now that this was always going to happen, because some decisions were made long before you made them, because there are places in the world that have been waiting for exactly the person you are, I began to write. I wrote about the temperature of the office. I wrote about the way the light came through the windows at this hour. I wrote about the pull I felt, the inevitability, the strange peace that came from understanding that nothing I did would change the fundamental direction of my life. I wrote about walking down the stairs. I wrote about leaving the building and getting in my car. I wrote about driving away, about the part of me that wouldn't come back, the part that believed this was all a temporary break, a strange episode, something that would make sense in hindsight. I wrote about the version of me that was already planning to return, and as I wrote, I realized something that should have terrified me, but instead felt oddly settling. I wasn't writing my future. I was reading it. The words appeared on the page not because I was choosing them, but because they had already been written. My hand was just remembering. My pen was just following a path that had been laid down by someone who had sat at this desk before me, writing the same words, understanding the same thing I was understanding now. When I finished the entry and looked up, the light in the office had changed. It was later than it should have been. The sun was setting in the windows behind me, casting long shadows across the desk. I stood up to leave, but I knew, the way you know things in dreams, in the moment before you wake, that tomorrow or the next day or the day after that, I would come back. That there were shift reports waiting to be written. That the mill had work that needed to be done. and that the man on the telephone, the one who sounded exactly like me, was standing somewhere in this building right now, waiting for me to understand. He was waiting for me to stay. I didn't go back for 3 weeks. That was what I told myself. Anyway, 3 weeks of normal life. 3 weeks of work that felt like moving through water. The kind where everything is muffled and distant and doesn't quite require your full attention. 3 weeks of sleeping poorly and waking at odd hours. 3 weeks of not looking at my phone when it buzzed, because part of me always expected to see a number I didn't recognize, or worse, my own number calling back. The first week was the hardest. I kept expecting to hear machinery in ordinary places. The hum of the refrigerator sounded like distant motors. The air conditioning kicked on, and I found myself listening for the pattern underneath it, waiting for something to resolve into a voice. I'd be at a stoplight and notice my hands were shaking. My coworker Morgan asked if I was okay. I said I was. She didn't believe me, but she had the grace not to push it. By the second week, a strange numbness had settled in. The experience began to feel less like something that had happened and more like something I'd read about. The rational part of my mind, the part that had gotten me through school and jobs and ordinary life, started to reframe the whole thing. Stress-induced episode. Sleep deprivation from the initial exploration. Suggestion and pattern seeking, the way our brains are wired to find connections that aren't there. I'd heard the machinery. Yes, but couldn't that have been the actual machinery, still functioning in some capacity in an old building? The voice on the phone could have been a wrong number. The handwriting similarity could have been my own mind playing tricks. Confirmation bias doing what it does best. By the third week, I almost believed it. But the logbook sat on my kitchen table, where I'd left it, and I couldn't bring myself to look at it. It was still in its protective bag, placed as far away from my bed as possible. Because on the second night, I'd had a nightmare where I opened it and found pages and pages written in my handwriting, extending months into the future, extending beyond what any person could endure. I'd woken up gasping and moved the logbook immediately, as if proximity was the problem. It wasn't. On day 22, I started driving past the mill, not stopping, just passing by on my way to nowhere in particular, telling myself I was taking a different route to work, though my actual job was in the opposite direction. The fence was still there. The gates were still locked. But in daylight, the building looked smaller than I remembered. Less alive, just a structure. Old and weathered and waiting for demolition or restoration or whatever end such places eventually meant. That's what I told myself. Just a building. On day 23, I stopped the car outside the gate. The fence hadn't rusted noticeably in 3 weeks. The lock was exactly as it had been. The path to the building was still there, winding through the overgrown property with that strange sense of having been walked before, or perhaps of inviting being walked. I sat in my car for 40 minutes. I didn't turn off the engine. The thing that struck me, sitting there in the afternoon, was how quiet the place was. Not the absence of sound, but the presence of a particular kind of silence. The silence of something waiting. The silence of patience. Not hostile, not aggressive, just a profound architectural quiet that seemed to emanate from the stones themselves. I drove away without getting out. That night, I opened the logbook. Just opened it. Didn't read it carefully. Just flipped through to confirm that my entries from that final visit were still there. In handwriting that was mine but looked like it was written by someone who'd been awake for days or years. The pages after my last entry were blank. That was somehow worse. Not the handwriting continuing, not the presence of my words from a future I hadn't lived, but blank pages. Waiting pages. Pages with their own terrible patience. I put the logbook in a box and placed the box in the attic. On day 25, I received a letter. Actual mail, not email, no return address. Inside was a single sheet of paper with a single line written in handwriting that looked almost like mine, but not quite. The heating system in the east wing is failing. We'll need you to inspect it before winter. I threw the letter away. Then I retrieved it from the trash because the fear of what it meant to destroy it felt worse than keeping it. It's been 38 days now. I haven't driven past the mill in 2 days, which is progress. The letter sits in a drawer with some old bank statements and insurance documents, places where important papers go to be forgotten. I don't look at it. I don't think about it. During the day, I manage this quite well. During the day, there are people and work and the normal friction of existence that keeps you anchored in immediate concerns. But last night I was lying in bed unable to sleep, and I heard it. Not machinery, not breathing, but a sound like something shifting weight, like something large and patient moving slightly, just enough to remind you it was there. It came from the direction of my kitchen, where my car keys hang on a hook by the door. I didn't get up to investigate. I've learned that investigation has consequences. Instead, I lay there in the dark and recognized the feeling for what it was. Not fear, but resignation. The understanding that some things don't require your consent to happen. They happen on their own timeline, following their own logic. This morning, I found something on my car seat. I don't know when it was placed there. I park in my driveway. I locked the car. I have #additional middle section. The mill's interior revealed itself slowly as my eyes adjusted. Not all at once. That would have been merciful. Instead, the details accumulated like sediment, each one settling into my awareness with the weight of something genuinely wrong. The air inside was neither warm nor cold. It existed in some neutral space that made my skin prickle, that made me acutely aware of being a body, of having skin at all. I could taste it on my tongue, a mineral flatness mixed with something organic and very old. Mildew, yes, but beneath that something else. The smell of paper left to itself for decades. The smell of dust that hasn't moved in so long, it's become something else entirely. Something settled, something patient. My footsteps echoed wrong. The sound didn't travel naturally through the space. It seemed to move sideways, to dissipate into corners I couldn't quite locate. The floor beneath me was uneven, buckled in places where water had worked its way through concrete and time had finished the job. I could feel the irregularity through my boots, each step requiring small adjustments, keeping me off balance in a way that made the back of my neck stay tense. The windows, what remained of them, were sealed with layers of grime so thick they looked intentional, deliberate, like something had painted them closed from the outside in. A few panes had broken long ago, judging by the way the edges had dulled and smoothed, but the openings they created let in almost no additional light. The outside world seemed to exist in a different spectrum of illumination, one my eyes couldn't quite accept from where I stood. I moved deeper. I'm not sure I decided to. My body simply continued forward, drawn by the same compulsion that had brought me here initially. The machinery was everywhere. Looms, I realized, though calling them that felt like naming something too grand for these skeletal remains. They rose from the floor like monuments to an abandoned function, their wooden frames darkened with age and something that might have been oil. The frames were warped now, bent into shapes that suggested they'd been struggling against themselves for a very long time. Metal components had rusted in ways that created patterns, almost delicate in their complexity. But the overall effect was of something in agony, frozen mid-contortion. Cloth still hung from some of the frames. That's what made my breath catch. The fabric was nearly the color of the machinery itself now, darkened and stiffened, but you could still see the weave, could still understand that once this had been product, had been purpose. Now it was just another layer of dust and time, indistinguishable from the structure that held it. The threads felt brittle when I dared to touch one, like they might turn to powder between my fingers. I didn't touch them. Not fully. The smell intensified as I moved through the rows of looms. That organic component grew stronger, less like mildew and more like something that had fermented in the dark. Not rot, exactly. Nothing was decaying in any active sense. This was the smell of completion, of something finished breaking down so long ago that no further change was possible. The smell of absolute stillness. My breathing sounded too loud in the space. I tried to make it quieter, but only became more aware of it. In, out, the air moving through my nose and mouth and lungs, my body persisting in its small biological insistence while everything around me had capitulated to entropy. The contrast made me feel monstrous somehow, too alive, too present, too much in a place that had learned not to be. The light from my phone cast shadows that didn't align with the shapes causing them. I'm aware that sounds impossible. I'm aware of how it sounds when I write it. But the angles were wrong. The shadows fell in directions that didn't track with where my light source was positioned. I tested this several times, moving the phone, watching the shadows. They corrected themselves after a moment, almost reluctantly, but in that first second, they existed in geometric violation of how light actually worked, of how space actually worked. The temperature shifted without warning, not a gradual change, an instantaneous drop that made every hair on my body stand upright. It lasted only a few seconds before returning to that neutral, skin-prickling normal, but in those seconds I could see my breath, in a place where nothing should breathe, where nothing should need to. I found myself in what might have once been an administrative area. A wooden desk, still intact, its surface warped and cracked, but essentially structurally present. Papers scattered across it, swollen with moisture and age. A chair, overturned, the way it lay on its side, suggested someone had set it down carefully that way, rather than knocked it over. The distinction shouldn't have mattered. It did. This is where I spent the longest time. Standing in front of that desk, feeling the weight of the room pressing down from above, the upper floors, the roof, the whole structure suspended in its slow collapse. The papers were mostly illegible. The ink had run and faded into something between text and abstraction. But scattered among them were the shift reports. I won't describe finding them in detail again. But looking at them in that room, with that light, with the machinery surrounding us like witness, the handwriting seemed to change depending on the angle I held them at. Not physically change, I wasn't losing my mind, not entirely, but perceptually shift. More hurried in some moments, more careful in others. Sometimes the letters looked like mine. Sometimes they looked like someone imitating mine. Sometimes they looked like something that couldn't have been written by a human hand at all. The consistency too perfect, the pressure too even, the formation too mathematical. I sat on the floor, not near the desk, but against the opposite wall, where I could look at the space as a whole. The light from the phone pooled around me, creating a small island of visibility in the deeper gloom. Outside that island, the mill was simply absent. I couldn't see the walls or the machinery or the remains of the ceiling. Just darkness, complete and total. Just me and my small light and the weight of everything beyond it that I couldn't see but could absolutely feel. Time moved strangely there. I would have sworn I sat for 10 minutes. Then I'd check my phone and 30 minutes would have passed. Or it would feel like an hour and only 15 minutes would show. My phone's battery didn't drain at consistent rate. It would drop several percentages in a minute, then hold steady for what felt like ages. The signal bars fluctuated. No service, 1 bar, no service, 2 bars, as if the place itself couldn't decide whether I was here or elsewhere. The silence was the worst part. Perhaps not a dead silence that would have been simple. This was a silence with texture. It had weight and presence. It was the silence of something holding its breath. The silence of attention. I would sit there in the darkness beyond my phone's light and become aware that the silence was listening to me as much as I was listening to it. We were engaged in some sort of mutual observation, some sort of negotiation I didn't understand. When I finally stood to leave, my legs were stiff, in a way that suggested far more time had passed than the phone indicated. My knees cracked loudly in that listening silence. The sound echoed away into the darkness and didn't return. No explanation for it. It was a shift report. 1 page. A template with blanks to fill in. On top, in printed text, it said, North Mill Site, routine inspection schedule. Below that, someone had written in my handwriting, Wednesday 7 p.m. The handwriting looked fresher than my own, like it had been written yesterday or last night or just this morning while I slept. I kept waiting for panic to come, but it didn't. Instead, there was something closer to recognition, the feeling of remembering something you'd forgotten, the feeling of a conversation resuming after a long artificial pause. Today is Wednesday. My hands are shaking as I write this, but not from fear. From the strange, vertiginous understanding that some choices don't actually exist as choices. They exist as doorways you've already stepped through. The mill isn't a place I visited once. It's a place I keep leaving and returning to in a loop so tightly wound that calling it my choice has become nonsensical. I keep the shift report on my kitchen table. The envelope sits beside it, the one with tomorrow's instructions probably, or next week's. I haven't opened it. I don't need to. I already know what it will say. I've already read it. I'm already planning to be there. There's a cup of coffee sitting in front of me that I don't remember making. It's still steaming. It smells like burnt metal and something else underneath, something like petrichor, like the smell of dirt after rain, or the smell of water moving through very old machinery. I'm looking at the clock. I'm looking at my car keys. And in that way that you understand things just before they happen, not from external evidence, but from some deep internal grammar you've always spoken, I understand that I'm not going to fight this anymore. The logbook is still in the attic, but I think I'll bring it down soon. I think I'll open it. I think I'll turn to the pages after my last entry, the blank pages that are waiting so patiently, and I think I'll begin to write about the temperature in the office. I'll write about the way the light moves through the windows at dusk. I'll write about the machinery starting up, the same machinery that's been running for longer than I've been alive, waiting for someone to maintain it. Someone like me. Someone who understood that the mill had been looking for me long before I knew it existed. I'll write it all down. Every shift report, every detail, every incremental moment of understanding, until the words stop being something I'm choosing and become something I'm simply remembering, something I'm simply reading from a text that was written long ago in the future, by a version of me who already understands completely. And when that finally happens, when the distinction between reading and writing collapses, when the handwriting on the page and the handwriting of my own hand become indistinguishable, I suspect I won't feel like a victim anymore. I'll feel like I've finally come home. Story 4. The Collapsed Boardwalk, where vendor stalls rearrange when I turn away. I don't know why I came back. That's the question I keep asking myself as I walk the length of the rotting boardwalk, my shoes making soft percussion sounds against wood that's been waiting decades for the ocean to finish what it started. The question doesn't have an answer. Not one I'm willing to admit. Anyway, I'd left this town at 18 and never looked back with any intention of returning. 12 years gone. 12 years of making a life somewhere else. Somewhere inland where the air didn't taste like salt and rust and the particular melancholy of abandoned summers. Yet here I am. The boardwalk stretches before me in the kind of light that exists only at that moment when dusk is winning its argument with day. Everything is rendered in shades of gray and amber. The sky still holding on to some warmth, the planks beneath my feet shifting from brown to shadow. The sun hasn't fully surrendered to the horizon yet, but you can feel its surrender coming. The air carries that peculiar cold that only appears over water when autumn has claimed the coast, but the season hasn't quite solidified in anyone's mind. I'd driven through the town first, past the residential streets where nothing seemed to have aged, and everything seemed to have aged too much at once. The houses looked simultaneously smaller and more decrepit than I remembered. That's how nostalgia works on a place. It shrinks it and deteriorates it simultaneously until you're not sure if you're looking at your actual past or a portrait of your past painted by someone who'd never been there. The storefronts downtown were mostly shuttered. One was converted into something called a wellness center. That made me pause for a moment, imagining what kind of wellness could possibly be found in a town this quiet. But I didn't linger. The boardwalk had been my destination. It always would have been. This stretch of coast had never been particularly developed, even in its heyday. Not like the bigger tourist beaches an hour south. This was where locals came, or used to come, where the vendors would set up their stalls and sell sun-faded merchandise and greasy food from open-air stands. Corn dogs and saltwater taffy and cheap jewelry that turned your wrist green within a week. I'd spent entire summers here when I was young enough that time moved differently. When an afternoon could contain a lifetime of sensations and disappointments and small joys. The stalls were still here. That's what stopped me first as I stepped onto the boardwalk proper. The moment I registered that these structures hadn't been demolished or cleared away. They remained in their scattered configuration like the aftermath of something, though I couldn't determine what. Vendor booths with wooden frames and metal latticing, most of them missing their awnings, or what remained of the awnings hung in tatters. Faded fabric in colors that had once been bright enough to draw the eye. Now they were the colors of old photographs, drained and worn. Some stalls had overturned chairs stacked beneath their counters. Others had small metal carts beside them, the kind used to wheel inventory back and forth. Everything was corroded at the edges, compromised by salt and time and the particular destructiveness of being left behind. The planks of the boardwalk itself were in various states of integrity, sections that seemed solid enough, then patches where you could see the sea beneath through gaps in the wood. Nothing was actively crumbling as I walked, but everything held the promise of crumbling soon. The smell was enormous, salt and rot, the sweet decay of wood that's been saturated and dried too many times, and underneath it all something that might have been ocean, or might have been something older than that. Kelp, maybe, or wood preservative from decades ago, slowly being drawn back out of the material by sun and spray. I moved deeper into the boardwalk, past the first cluster of stalls. My hands had gone into my pockets without me deciding they should. The place was empty except for me. utterly empty. No sound except the distant, constant conversation of the ocean and the creak of wood settling beneath my weight. No other people. No signs of other people. The last vendor stall I passed had a small sign, faded beyond legibility, hanging from a chain. It swayed slightly, though I couldn't feel any wind. There was a rhythm to how the stalls were arranged, though I couldn't quite parse it at first. They ran roughly parallel to the boardwalk's long axis, but not in a neat line. Some jutted out further toward the railing that separated the boardwalk from the beach. Others sat back deeper. The spacing between them was irregular. At first I thought it was just the result of decades of neglect, things settling at different rates, shifting with frost and thaw and the movement of the sand beneath the boardwalk supports. But as I walked, I found myself noticing the details more carefully. There was something almost deliberate about how they were positioned, like someone had arranged them this way, or they had arranged themselves this way in response to some logic I wasn't grasping. The overturned chairs beneath one booth were stacked in a specific pattern. The carts beside another were aligned at precise angles to each other. On the tables that remained on top of the stall counters, surfaces that should have been bare by now, I'd have thought, there were objects. Not many, not goods for sale, just objects. Things that had been left or had somehow persisted. A glass jar, empty, a length of rope. Something metal that might have been a hook, a shoe. A single shoe, its sole curled up like a drying leaf. I stopped walking and tried to understand what I was seeing. The light was changing rapidly now, that window of dusk shrinking as full evening approached. The colors of everything were deepening. The gray planks looked almost blue. The shadows beneath the stalls had become absolute. I turned to look at the ocean. This was something I'd done as a child. Would step away from whatever I was doing and face the water for a moment, as though it might have changed in the last few minutes, as though it might be sending a message. The ocean at this hour was the color of polished steel, flat, contemplative. The sky above it was losing the last of its warmth, fading toward that peculiar bruised purple that appears just before true night. I counted to 30, slowly, still facing the water. Then I turned back toward the boardwalk and the stalls. The nearest vendor booth, the one that had been at my 10 o'clock when I turned away, was now closer to the railing than I remembered. I could see it more clearly now from this angle. I could see the specific arrangement of items on its counter, and they seemed shifted. The rope was no longer where I'd registered it. The glass jar had moved several inches to the right. I blinked. I looked away at the darkening beach, at the line where water met sand, trying to determine if I'd simply misremembered the positions in the few seconds I wasn't observing them. That happened. That was normal. Your mind filled in details that weren't there. Your memory was a storyteller, always editing, always rearranging to make a neater narrative. I turned back slowly. The stall hadn't moved again. It was in the same position as it had been when I'd turned around the first time. But another booth further down the boardwalk had changed its orientation. I was certain of it. The frame had been angled differently before. Or no, had it? Had I even looked at it directly? I started walking again, moving deeper into the boardwalk, into the thickening shadows between the stalls. The wood groaned under my feet. I was trying to do something impossible, hold the entire scene in my mind simultaneously, track every detail, notice any change the instant it occurred. But that wasn't how perception worked. You looked at one thing and the rest became peripheral. You focused and lost the whole. You widened your view and lost the details. I deliberately turned my back to the stalls and faced the ocean again. This time I kept counting, but I was counting faster, my heartbeat doing something it had no reason to do. 30 seconds. I spun around. The stalls had rearranged. I was certain of it this time. One of the chairs, I remembered this clearly now, I was sure of it, had been on top of a stack beneath booth number. Booth number something. Now it was on the ground beside the booth. Now it was turned to face inward, toward the center of the boardwalk instead of toward the railing. A chill moved across my shoulders, despite the fact that there was no wind and the temperature hadn't dropped enough to account for it. I walked along the length of the boardwalk, moving between the stalls, trying to establish some kind of visual baseline. I was moving fast now, faster than my earlier contemplative pace. I needed to see them all, needed to create a mental map of their current positions. But the light was dying too quickly. The sun was almost entirely below the horizon now. There were maybe 5 minutes of useful light remaining. The stalls extended further than I'd initially realized. The boardwalk was longer than I remembered. Or perhaps it just felt longer, because I was moving through it with this growing sense of wrongness, this accumulation of small details that didn't quite fit into any frame of reference I possessed. I reached a point roughly midway along the visible structure. The boardwalk seemed to continue further both directions, though the northern end disappeared into heavier darkness and the southern end curved and was lost to the deepening dusk. I stopped there and turned, slowly, to take in the full scope of what I was seeing. The vendor stalls surrounded me now. They formed a rough configuration around this central point of the boardwalk. Not a circle, not quite precise enough for that. More like they were oriented toward something. Toward this spot where I was standing. Or toward each other, which meant they were oriented toward this spot by necessity. The objects on the tables seemed more present now that I was looking at them directly. I could see them more clearly. There was more stuff than I had initially registered. Not a lot, but more than the few items I'd cataloged earlier. Things that shouldn't have survived years of abandonment and exposure to salt and weather. A book, its pages warped and fused together but still recognizable as a book. A photograph in a frame, the image too faded to make out. A hairbrush. A small picture frame was something that might have been a child's drawing, though I couldn't see it clearly enough to be sure. I turned around in a slow circle taking this in, and that's when I heard it. A sound from beneath the boardwalk, underneath the planks I was standing on. A grinding noise. The sound of something heavy moving across wood or metal or sand. It was brief. Just a few seconds. Then it stopped. I stood completely still, waiting to hear it again, waiting to understand what had made that sound. The silence that followed was absolute. The ocean seemed to have stopped its murmuring. There was no wind, no sound of wildlife, just the absolute quiet of an abandoned place at the moment when day fully surrendered to night. I left the boardwalk shortly after. Not at a run. I didn't run, though I wanted to. I walked at a steady, determined pace back the way I'd come, back toward the mainland, back toward my car. The stalls seemed to watch me go, though of course they didn't. They were structures. They were objects. They couldn't watch anything. But they were arranged now in a way that clearly suggested they were watching. The drive back to the small motel where I was staying took maybe 8 minutes. I'd rented a room without any clear plan of how long I'd stay. The motel was called the Ocean Rest, a name that might have been aspirational or might have been accurate decades ago. Now, it was mostly empty. The woman at the desk had barely looked up when I checked in. There was a television playing somewhere behind the scenes, some program in a language I didn't recognize. I sat in my room and didn't turn on the lights for a long time. I sat in the darkness and thought about the stalls. I thought about the grinding sound. I thought about the objects on the tables and what they might have meant, if anything. I thought about why I'd really come back to this town, why I'd driven here without planning it, why I'd somehow known to come back even though I'd spent 12 years convincing myself I had no reason to. By morning, I'd decided to go back. I told myself it was curiosity. I told myself I needed to see what the daylight revealed, whether the stalls had moved during the night, whether I'd misremembered or misinterpreted what I'd seen. I told myself it was the scientific approach: observe, gather data, form conclusions. But underneath that rational framework was something else. Something I didn't want to examine too closely. A sense that I needed to understand what was happening on that boardwalk. A sense that something was waiting there for me to figure it out. The morning was gray and cold. The sky held the kind of cloud cover that never quite becomes rain, but never quite clears either. The ocean was slate-colored and choppy. The boardwalk seemed even more forlorn in daylight than it had in dusk, more exposed, more obviously left behind. I approached the same section where I'd stood the previous night, near the central point where the stalls seemed to converge, and I saw immediately that something had changed. The stalls had moved, not dramatically, not in a way that would be obvious if you hadn't been paying careful attention, but they had definitely shifted position. Some of them had moved closer to the center point where I'd been standing. Others had rotated slightly, their configurations adjusted, and the objects on the tables, there were more of them now. Or perhaps they'd simply been rearranged so they were more visible. A watch, a set of keys, a photograph that was just slightly less faded than the one I'd seen the night before. And something else, something that hadn't been there before, or that I hadn't noticed. A pattern on the boardwalk itself, barely visible in the morning light. The wood had been arranged, no, worn away, in a series of concentric circles. Not perfect circles, but deliberate, intentional, like something had moved in a spiral pattern across the planks repeatedly enough that it had worn grooves into the wood. I stood in the center of those worn grooves and felt the weight of the place settle on me like an actual physical thing. Like gravity had increased just at this point. I didn't know what was here with me. I didn't know what had been rearranging the stalls while I wasn't looking. I didn't know what had made that grinding sound beneath the boardwalk, or what those objects on the tables meant, or why this place had called me back after 12 years of absence. But I knew that I would need to find out. I knew that I couldn't leave now, that the thing that had drawn me here wouldn't let me leave until I understood what it wanted. And that was the most frightening realization of all, that understanding might not be something I survived. I didn't leave. That was my first real mistake, though I wouldn't understand it that way until much later. Instead, I sat down on one of the stalls, the wooden bench that ran along its side, and I waited. It was perhaps 9 in the morning. The sun was high enough to cut through the haze that had settled over the water, and the light turned everything the color of old brass. I could see for at least a quarter-mile down the boardwalk in both directions. Nothing moved, no birds, no people on the road that paralleled the beach, though occasionally I heard the distant sound of a car passing. The ordinary world continued somewhere nearby, indifferent to this place. I examined the photograph on the table more closely. It was a Polaroid, the kind people stopped using decades ago, and the image had faded to the point where it was almost monochromatic. It showed a boardwalk, not clearly. The focus was soft, but recognizably this one. The same curved architecture of the stalls, the same broken railings. The photo was taken from a distance, from somewhere out over the water, which shouldn't have been possible. There was no pier leading out from here. There was no vantage point from the beach that would allow this angle. The photograph showed the boardwalk from above. I set it down carefully. My fingers had left marks in the dust on the table, and I watched as the dust seemed to resettle, not noticeably, not in a way I could have caught in motion, but the marks faded as I watched, the dust redistributing itself across the surface until it was uniform again, like the table was breathing, though tables don't breathe. The watch was a simple Timex, the kind that's been manufactured unchanged since the 1970s. Its face was so scratched that the numerals were barely visible. The hour hand pointed to 3. The minute hand pointed to 4. The second hand didn't exist. It had been broken off cleanly, leaving just a small nub at the center. When I picked it up, I expected it to be cold. Instead, it was warm, genuinely warm, as though it had been held in someone's hand only moments before. I listened to it. No tick. The watch had stopped long ago, or it had never been a working watch at all. I set it back on the table in exactly the position where I'd found it, or thought I'd found it. When I looked at the arrangement of objects moments later, the watch had moved slightly to the left. This was when I should have driven away. This was the moment where a reasonable person acknowledges something is wrong and removes themselves from the situation. But I was no longer capable of being reasonable about this place. Something in me had recognized it the moment I'd seen it yesterday. Something had recognized it, and that part of me, the part that had driven away 12 years ago and spent 12 years trying to forget, had been waiting for me to come back. I walked deeper into the boardwalk, moving toward the far end where the decay became more pronounced. The stalls here were in worse condition, their wood so weathered that it had turned almost black. The paint that remained was blistered and peeling. Tables had collapsed entirely, and there remained scattered across the planks like the ribs of something dead. The air smelled different here, not of salt and rot, but of something else, something mineral, like iron, or old pennies left in water. I found myself in front of a stall that had a canvas awning still attached, though the fabric was so deteriorated that it was nearly transparent. Beneath it, on a shelf that seemed impossibly intact given the condition of everything around it, was an arrangement of objects. Most of them were unidentifiable, pieces of broken things, fragments that had lost their context. But among them was a journal. The leather binding was supple. Fresh, it hadn't been exposed to the elements for any significant length of time, despite the fact that it was sitting on a shelf in an open boardwalk structure. The cover bore no name, no identifying information. I opened it carefully. The handwriting inside was tight and precise, almost mechanical in its uniformity. The first entry was dated from 3 days ago. The place is consistent. I've been here 72 hours, and the geometric accuracy is remarkable. The spirals in the boardwalk match the arrangement of the stalls to within a degree. I don't think this is random. I don't think anything here is random. The next entry was from 2 days before that, 12 years since the last visitation. The cycle seems to reset. I've found the objects from my first visit arranged on the central tables. The watch, the keys, the photograph, everything exactly as I left it, which is impossible. These things were buried in my backyard. I know because I buried them. I closed the journal. My hands were shaking. There was a sound from beneath the boardwalk, that same grinding, scraping sound I'd heard the previous night. But it was more insistent now, more active. It moved along the underside of the structure in a deliberate pattern, starting from the far end and moving toward me in a slow arc. I could feel the vibration in the boards beneath my feet. I ran. I made it back toward the road without allowing myself to look at the stalls as I passed them. I could hear the grinding sound continuing beneath me, following my trajectory, anticipating where I would be. When I reached the asphalt of the parking area, I didn't look back. I got into my car and sat in the driver's seat with my hands on the steering wheel, breathing in shallow gasps. The journal was on the seat beside me. I didn't remember picking it up. It took me nearly 30 minutes before I could convince myself to drive away from the boardwalk. I expected some kind of resistance, mechanical failure, a flat tire, anything that would indicate the place wasn't finished with me. But the car started normally. The drive back to the motel proceeded without incident. The ordinary world was still there, still indifferent, waiting to receive me back into its familiarity. The motel room was exactly as I'd left it. Bed unmade, my belongings scattered on the dresser. I locked the door and sat on the edge of the bed with the journal in my hands. There were dozens of entries, decades worth, despite the apparent date suggesting only a few years of writing. The handwriting remained consistent throughout, never aging, never developing any of the natural variations that occur as a person moves through their life. It was as if the same hand had written every word, at the same age, with the same pressure applied to the pen. The objects represent points of intersection. When I arrange them in the sequence, I can feel the attention of the place intensify. It's aware of my presence. It's been aware since the first visit. I don't believe it means harm exactly, but it means something. It wants something. I've tried to leave multiple times. The boardwalk allows it. I make it back to my car, drive the route to the highway. But the highway never comes. The road simply loops back to the parking area. I've attempted this journey 9 times now. The distance varies between 30 and 80 miles of driving, but it always ends at the same place. I think the key is to stop trying to leave. I think the place requires understanding instead of flight. The final entry was dated from only yesterday. He's coming back. I can feel it the way you feel the approach of weather. The place has been waiting for another visitation, another crossing of the spiral points. The objects have been arranged. The watch has been repaired somehow. I found it ticking again this morning, though the hands still point to nothing. I don't know if this is good for him or terrible for him. I don't know what the place wants with any of us. But I know that he won't leave this time. He'll understand what I've understood. He'll stay to find out what comes next. We always do. I set the journal down and looked at the motel room door. The chain lock was fastened. The deadbolt was engaged. These were small things, inadequate things, but they were all I had. Outside the window, the sun was setting. I hadn't realized how much time had passed. The light was turning the sky the same color it had been at the boardwalk, that faded brass tone that seemed to drain the world of dimension, making everything flat and textured and wrong. I decided not to return to the boardwalk the next day. I decided I would drive to the highway and find civilization again, and pretend that none of this had happened. I made it until morning before changing my mind. It wasn't a conscious decision. I woke up at dawn with a certainty that I needed to go back. It was the same certainty that had drawn me to the boardwalk in the first place. 12 years of being away from it, 12 years of building a life in another state, and none of it had changed the fact that part of me had remained there, waiting in the spiraled grooves of the warped wood, patient and persistent. I showered. I dressed. I ate nothing. I wasn't hungry, and the idea of food seemed remote and strange. I got into my car while the sky was still dark and drove back to the location. The parking area was empty. The road was empty. The whole place had the quality of somewhere underwater. A depth and a pressure that made ordinary senses feel unreliable. I walked back onto the boardwalk, and the first thing I noticed was that the stalls had moved again. This time the rearrangement was more extensive. The stalls had rotated in a full circle around the central point. The spiral on the boardwalk itself seemed to have deepened. I could see the grooves now, carved into the wood with what must have been tremendous force and repetition. They were moving in concentric circles that seemed to draw all the way to the center, to the exact point where I was standing. On the tables, arranged in a pattern that I somehow understood immediately, were more objects, more keys, more watches, more photographs. Some of them I recognized from the journal. Some of them were items I had left here 12 years ago, things I'd deliberately placed on the original stalls when I'd come here as a younger person, before I understood what this place was. And in the center of all of it, on a table that hadn't been here before, was the journal. Open to a new page, a new entry written in that same impossible handwriting. Welcome back. Let me explain what this place is, because you need to understand before you stay. I didn't read further. I wasn't ready. Instead, I sat down on the edge of the central table and waited for the grinding sound to resume. It didn't come. The boardwalk was silent in a way that felt purposeful, intentional. The silence of someone waiting for you to speak. The silence of a place that had been patient for a very long time, and was still willing to be patient a while longer. I turned to the next page of the journal. The handwriting on that page was different. Not different in the sense of a different hand, it was mine. All of it was mine. But the confidence in each letter was wrong. The pressure on the pen had been harder, more certain, more committed. I came here first when I was 17. I brought objects that meant something to me. A watch my father gave me before he left. A photograph of Morgan from high school. A key to an apartment I would never move into. I left them on these tables because I believed, truly believed, that this place would keep them safe, that leaving them here was the same as leaving them in a museum, protected and preserved. I returned 6 months later. The objects had multiplied. There were now 5 of my watches on the tables, 3 photographs of Morgan, dozens of keys, and among them were objects I didn't recognize, things that belonged to other people, other visitors, all arranged with the same deliberate precision, all organized by some system I couldn't quite grasp, though I could feel its logic beneath the surface. I came back 17 more times over the next 5 years, each time more objects. Each time the spiral had grown deeper in the boardwalk. Each time I understood less about why I was returning, only that I had to, that some part of me existed here now, that leaving felt like abandoning myself. Eventually, I stopped coming. I moved away. I built a life. And I thought that meant I had escaped. But you don't escape a place that contains you. I closed the journal. My hands were shaking. The sky had brightened enough that I could see the full scope of what surrounded me now. The objects accumulated over decades, maybe longer. Watches with faces that hadn't been made in 50 years. Photographs so faded they were nearly white. Keys to locks that didn't exist anymore. A child's toy with one ear missing. A ring, coins from countries that had changed their currency. A wedding dress folded carefully and placed on a shelf beneath one of the stalls. All of it arranged in that spiral. All of it pointing inward to where I sat. I stood up and walked to the edge of the boardwalk. The beach below was exactly as it had been the day before. Empty, colorless. The sand holding the texture of something that hadn't been disturbed in a very long time. The ocean itself looked still. The surface didn't move. It looked less like water and more like something that resembled water. Something that was pretending to be water because it knew that's what should be here. When I turned back, the stalls had shifted again. Not dramatically, just a few feet each, but enough that the spiral had tightened. The grooves in the boardwalk had deepened further. I could see actual splinters now, raw wood exposed where the grooves had worn through the sealed surface. And the center point had somehow become smaller, more concentrated, a place that was no longer abstract but specific, a place with dimensions I could measure. I got back in my car. I thought about driving. I thought about the highway. I thought about the life I'd built, and whether it was real or whether it had always been a distraction from this, a way of pretending that I had ever actually left. Instead, I drove to the motel and paid for another week. That night, I dreamed about the spiral. In the dream, I could see inside it. There was no darkness at the center. There was something worse. There was clarity. There was an understanding of what the spiral was reaching toward and what all those objects meant. They were coordinates. They were a language. They were the map of a choice that other people had made, and the map of the choice I was now making. I woke up at 3 a.m. with absolute certainty about what was happening. I went back to the boardwalk. The sun hadn't risen yet, but I could navigate by something other than light. There was a pull now, not physical, but directional. The way your body somehow knows where north is even in absolute darkness. I found my way to the center stall where the journal waited. There was a new page, written in my handwriting again, but this time written in a way that was shaking. Urgent. They don't leave. I understand that now. I've read enough of the entries before mine. Alex came here in 1987. Sam came here in 1993. Jordan came in 2001. Casey came in 2008. They all left. They all tried. But part of them stayed in their objects, and as long as any part of them stayed, they had to come back. The objects keep the spiral in motion. The spiral keeps drawing people back. And when enough of them are concentrated in the same place, when the spiral has deepened far enough, when enough layers of intention and attention have been focused on a single point, that's when the place opens. I can feel it opening. I came back 3 days ago, and I knew this was the last time. I knew the spiral was ready. I knew that staying meant something different than leaving ever did. And I realized I didn't want to leave anymore. If you're reading this, it's because you're close now. You're one of the final ones. And you need to decide whether the life you built out there is worth more than the part of you that's already here. I read the date on the entry. It was written yesterday. It was written in handwriting that was exactly like mine, and then I understood. I understood that this was my own handwriting from the future, from a time that hadn't happened yet but was somehow already documented, that the journal was keeping track of a decision I hadn't made yet because I had already made it, somewhere in this place's distorted sense of time. I walked to the edge of the boardwalk and looked down. The spiral was visible in the sand now. It was carved deep, so deep that it cast shadows even in the pre-dawn darkness. It spiraled down and down, impossibly deep, beyond what the beach should contain. And in the center of that spiral, at a depth that couldn't physically exist, there was a light, not a color, a light that was a different kind of seeing. I looked back at the boardwalk, at the objects, at the stalls that were still slowly moving in their circular dance. I thought about the 17 times I had come here. I thought about the decisions that had led me away, and the certainty that had pulled me back. I thought about the part of me that had remained here in the grooved wood and the accumulated artifacts of people who had also stood where I was standing. I thought about going back to my car. I walked toward the spiral instead. The sand beneath my feet felt different now. Solid, intentional, like it was responding to something in me that the sand understood. Behind me, I could hear the sound that I'd heard on the first day, that grinding, rotating sound. But it wasn't the stalls anymore. It was something deeper, something that had been waiting underneath the boardwalk all along, moving in its own spiral, slowly spiraling upward. The light from the center of the spiral was getting brighter. I was getting closer. And I understood, finally, that the life I'd built in another state was already a kind of disappearance. That I had been vanishing by degrees for 12 years, a slow spiral outward away from this place that was its own kind of spiraling inward. That the only way to stop the pull was to stop resisting it, and the only way to stop resisting was to be honest about what part of me had never actually left. The journal would have another entry tomorrow, and it would be written in someone else's handwriting, someone else's voice, documenting their own final understanding of the choice they'd come here to make. But that was their story. Mine was ending where I'd always known it would end, at the center of something that had been patient and precise and perfectly arranged to collect every piece of evidence that I had ever existed. The light was close enough now that I could step into it. I woke in my car 3 days later. That's the most honest thing I can say about it. I didn't wake on a highway or in a hospital or anywhere that makes sense to the kind of person I was before I stepped into the light. I simply opened my eyes in the driver's seat of my Subaru, parked exactly where I'd left it, my keys still in the ignition on the off position, and the clock reading 4:47 in the afternoon. The sun was low enough that the parking lot had turned that particular shade of gold that only happens in late October, when the light comes at an angle that makes everything look like it's made of amber and time. My hands were steady. My breathing was even. When I put my fingers to my neck, my pulse was exactly what a pulse should be. I sat there for nearly an hour without turning on the engine, because I needed to be certain that I still knew how an engine was supposed to work, and that the knowledge hadn't been replaced by something else while I was in the light. The journal was gone. I checked the passenger seat, the glove box, the back seat. All of it was empty in the way a car is supposed to be empty. I found my phone in the cup holder. The battery was at 23%. The date said October 18th. I'd been gone for 5 days. I drove back to the apartment in the state I'd left. The drive took 8 hours, which is correct. The speed limit felt right. Other cars passed me. Gas stations existed. When I stopped for coffee at a service plaza somewhere in Pennsylvania, the barista had a small scar on her forehead, and I wondered if everyone who worked in coffee shops had small scars, or if I'd only just started noticing them. The coffee tasted like coffee. It tasted like nothing. I called my job from a rest stop and told them I'd been sick. I'd been sick, and then I'd been recovering, and I needed another week. My manager, who is a man named Derek, said he understood. He sounded like he meant it. We had worked together for 9 years. He had probably noticed me disappearing by degrees, the way I had noticed myself. Or perhaps he'd noticed nothing at all, and I'd only imagined that my absence had been subtle enough to be noticeable at all. The apartment hadn't changed. The furniture was in the same configuration. The dishes I'd left in the sink were still there, slightly more furry with mold. I threw them away. I took a shower. The water was hot, and then it was cold, and then it was hot again, which is what showers do, and this normalcy felt like a betrayal of something, though I couldn't articulate what. That was 3 weeks ago. I've been back at work for 2 of those weeks. Derek has assigned me to projects that don't require any innovation. Database management, mostly, the kind of work that requires attention but no actual thinking. The kind of work that requires you to be present but not conscious. It's the perfect work for what I am now. I do it well. My supervisor, a woman named Patricia, has commented twice that I seem focused. She doesn't mean it as a compliment. She means it as an observation. I haven't gone back to the Boardwalk. I've driven past it twice. Both times it was closed, not physically, but in the way that places become closed to certain people. The gates were open, but the parking lot was empty. One of the times, I pulled in anyway, and I sat in my car and looked at the boardwalk in the distance, and it looked like any other boardwalk. There were vendor stalls. They were stationary. They were rotating very, very slowly, but slowly enough that If I wasn't looking for the rotation, I wouldn't have noticed it. I didn't leave the car. The second time, I didn't even pull in. What I'm struggling to articulate now, after 3 weeks of sleeping in my own bed and working in my own cubicle and existing in the world of people who need things from me that I can provide, is that I didn't actually disappear. That's the part that the journal never explained, the part that I've been trying to understand in the shape of my daily rituals. I didn't vanish. I was supposed to vanish. That was the entire geometry of the thing. The spiral and the light and the impossibility of the sand, all of it arranged so that one of the 17 people would finally step into the center and stop resisting the pull. But something happened instead. I remember the light getting brighter. I remember the sound of that deep grinding from beneath the boardwalk growing louder, or perhaps growing quieter in a way that sounded like loudness. I remember stepping toward the center of the spiral and understanding that I was about to be collected, that my existence would be filed away in whatever mechanism kept those vendor stalls moving in their dance, that I would become part of the documentation. And then I remember, no, that's not accurate. I don't remember what happened. What I remember is the jar of coins. It's on my desk now, right next to my computer. I took it from somewhere, though I have no memory of taking it. It was just here when I looked at my desk on the first morning after I returned. It's a mason jar, the kind that quilting stores sell for things like buttons and thread, and it's filled with coins from different countries. I count them sometimes. There are coins from places I've never visited. There are coins from places that don't exist anymore. The oldest one is from 1924. It has a woman's profile on it, but the woman's face is worn smooth by time. So I can't know what she actually looked like. Underneath the profile there's a word in a language I don't recognize. I have no idea what it means. I have no idea why the jar is here. What I know is that sometimes, when I'm not thinking about it, when I'm simply sitting at my desk after a long day of database management, I'll notice that the jar has moved. Not far. Just an inch or two across the surface of the desk, oriented slightly differently than I remember it being. The coins are still inside. Nothing spills. The lid is still sealed. But the jar relocates itself every few days. And it's always when I'm not looking. Always when I've turned my attention to something else. The last time it moved, it was facing toward my bedroom door. The time before that, it was facing toward my window. Before that, toward the hallway. I know what it's doing. It's rotating. Very slowly, almost imperceptibly, the way the vendor stalls rotated on the boardwalk. It's making its circuit of my small apartment, and when it completes the circle, I'm not sure what will happen. Whether it will start again, or whether something else will happen instead. Whether the decision I made 3 weeks ago will finally be documented in whatever journal keeps track of such things. Whether someone will read about the part of me that never came back and understand that their own disappearance by degrees is already being chronicled by someone exactly like them. Someone who is already waiting at the center of a spiral that's being carefully arranged. Piece by piece, object by object, just for them. For now, I work, I sleep, I pay my bills. I'm present enough that the people around me don't notice I've stopped making sense. I watch the jar. I notice when it moves. And every night, just before sleep, I count the coins again, trying to understand what country each one is from, trying to find a pattern in the sequence, trying to tell myself that the jar is here because I brought it back, that it belongs to me, that it's a choice I made consciously, and not something that was collected about me in the same way that 17 other people have been collected. Their decisions already written down in handwriting that looks exactly like their own, but documents a future they haven't chosen. The jar moved again today, while I was at work. It's facing the apartment door now.